All right. So that was a bit of a mishap. Two very bad people came to my server, and one of them got undressed and walked around just to ruin the stream. Wonderful. So now I have to waste my time editing out this nonsense. Wonderful. I asked him, he kept using foul language, and I told him, please don't use foul language. So he ends up taking off his pants and shorts and showing me his thing. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Anyway, okay, so I need now to edit out that little bit of nonsense. That chick that came with him, I need to ban her from my server. I don't want her to ever show up again. This is not the first time she's misbehaving. She's not well behaved. Uh, wait, mute. How do I server ban her? Invite to server, block. So I can't control her on my server. Profile. Two mutual, like on my server, so I can't ban someone unless they're right here right now. Wonderful. Okay. Let me just warn her, if she comes back, she gets insta-banned. If you ever come back, you get insta-banned. I'm not gonna tell her anything, just forget about it. Okay. Okay, so we were in the middle of writing a paper. Let me see. I'm waiting to edit out the nonsense, so I have to wait. Let's see about this paper. So, I could do this. It's so much work to just move these things around. I could make this guy a little wider and bring it up a little bit. Yeah, and the same with this guy. Make it a little bit wider and bring it up a little bit. So this now aims at this, and this aims at this. Okay, that's it. That's basically it. Wait, this guy, what is he referring to? Pointed at this. That's fine. I would make all these guys just as dark. So action, duplicate? No. Oh, there's a line. Oh, finally we have a line. This is new. Distribute. Wow, rotate. Very nice. So, oh, but this is, I've never seen it, maybe because of this. Download, okay. Where is... I want them all to be the same. Make all of them the same. Border color. Basically black. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So on the rubber ducky, well, it's a quantum rubber ducky. So we can actually use this to say this is a quantum rubber ducky. This is a quantum rubber ducky. Okay, this is a quantum rubber ducky. 2, well, we don't need to say quantum anymore. The rubber ducky is moving through the ether fluid. Okay. Well, relative to us observing it. So we're observing this rubber ducky. Okay. Three, the wave emitter is now just an electron emitting virtual photons. Virtual photons. 4, the detector is also an electron receiving virtual photons. Mm-hmm. 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 It's so meticulous that you need to keep repointing these things. I wish we could just attach them to something. Well, I didn't explain that these are virtual photons. A virtual photon is a propagation wave in the ether fluid. This is an ether photon. Moving to a quantum rubber ducky, 2 electrons repelling each other by the exchange of a virtual photon, just like in our original macro rubber ducky. Let's just ignore that because that's already inside. So just like in our original macro rubber ducky, this quantum rubber ducky measures the speed measures the speed of light, virtual photons, to be a constant. The distance between the electrons is a constant throughout this experiment. The distance between the electrons is a constant throughout this experiment, and the time ticking is also a constant during this experiment. Hence, this quantum rubber ducky measures the speed of light to be a constant. Well, the speed of light is just the speed of photon. Well, it's the speed of photon wave packets. Photon waves. but it's this is quantum, and instead of water, it's in the ether. We never said that. So this is a quantum rubber ducky in the immersed in the fluid, in the ether fluid. I'm thinking, like, what was she thinking that she brought this guy to misbehave like that? This is not the first time. She's also been kind of crazy. She's not well behaved either. It's not like she's been behaving nicely. She misbehaved too, so I'm not interested. It's not like she has anything to add. What does she have to add into my life? Um, whoa. Because of this photo of Jennifer Lopez and Puff Diddy, it is the reason why Ben Affleck ended his marriage. Oh my God. What is going on? Oh my God. J-Lo, Puff Diddy, who is this? Wow. I mean, J-Lo is hot. Why would she? Did she really enjoy this? Was it worth it? Uh, Starlink. Elon Musk rides to Biden's hurricane rescue. The Biden-Harris administration needs to go. The Wall Street Journal editorial board has released a new opinion piece on Starlink titled Elon Musk Rides to Biden's Hurricane Rescue. The FCC withdrew a grant for Starlink to cover rural counties, but the satellite service is now saving the day in those counties. The FCC withdrew a grant for Starlink to cover the rural counties, but the satellite service is now saving the day in those counties. Yeah, they hate him. They hate him so much. Oh, they hate him. The left hates Elon Musk because he is saving lives, and he's helping humanity. How dare you? You're not government. You are private. You're a capitalist. We cannot have capitalism do anything positive, because then politicians don't have a job. You're destroying politicians' job security. You're a terrible person. If we don't vote for Trump, I think we're at a serious risk of losing our democracy. Yep. Um. Wait, I'm not following Donald J. Trump. What is this? Nightclub with surround 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 LED screens for immersive experience. Wow, that's incredible. That's great. What did you get done this week? You know, I hold my beer. Tesla hype. Mhm. Just inspected the Starship booster, which the arms have now placed back in its launch mount. Looks great. A few outer engine nozzles are warped from heating and some other minor issues, but these are easily addressed. Starship is designed to achieve reflight of its rocket. Incredible. Even rockets need hugs. Who says that? Elon Musk? That's true. The size of Starship. Well, do you see it? Yeah, it's too big. Non-aesthetic things. They refuse to shake his hand. Leftists, guaranteed. Only leftists refuse to shake hands. Only, let's see, in France's new parliament, the youngest member, far right member of parliament, Flavien Termet, was assigned to welcome the deputies, but most didn't shake his hand. Well, you gotta shake hands. I mean, okay, karate black belt versus Street Fighter. Ouch! Wow, that's good. That's a good kick. Ooh! Oh my God, he could have killed him. Oh my God, that's why you don't fight. Don't fight unless you have a gym. Jesus, why would you fight? You could have killed him. What's the point of that? Wow. Liftoff and landing in single frame. Oh, the liftoff and the landing in single frame. Seth Dillon. What's this? You can barely see it as it's falling. It's gliding in. It's almost going horizontal. It's amazing. It's basically an airplane. Let me see. No, not yet. Okay. Where's. Wow. So it hovers. So in case there is an emergency, it can run away. Only now can you hear the engines firing. Incredible. Twitter X. Mostly women, mostly men. It's not women. It's mostly what do you call it? DEI. Bro couldn't believe his eyes. Wow. That is a world record. That is a world record, definitely. Good job. What's this? Illegal, yes. Available, also yes. 10 banned. Okay. I mean, this looks like very old Windows because these machines are always behind. We can judge a person's heart by his attitude towards animals. What an idiot. Do you agree with the statement? What an idiot. Wow. What is he going to do with the puppy? So Putin says like, let go of the puppy, you dummy dum dum. Like Putin couldn't even idiot Putin can't watch people. I mean, it's natural to hold the dog like this. The dog, I mean, I think it's comfortable, but humans can't. We can't watch it. Idiot Putin. See, it hugs, it's snug, and now it falls into place as it's snug. Just evil. Oh my god. Wow. What a loser. A Muslim attacks a British couple just because they eat pork. They also want to dictate to us what we should eat or drink. Just de escalate. Come on. De escalate. You don't want to. Okay, Puff Daddy said Leonardo DiCaprio was his favorite guest at the Freak Offs. Never missed a party. Now Leo's endorsing Kamala Harris. I guess Hollywood friendships have political perks. No way. I mean, did he know? Did he know what's going on? If you gang bang a chick and everybody's happy, that's one thing. But if you know that, I don't know. Your phone is connected to this speaker. What's the first song you're playing? Jesus Christ. After this week, Elon. Almost there. Elon docs. Elon Musk, 13 years ago, a fully. Okay, yeah, it's good. 3 years ago. If you can move mass from the rocket to the ground site, it's better to move mass to the ground. Yeah. hmm That's brilliant. They should do the same with 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 everything that flies. Like we should stop using wheels. We should stop using runways. Haters. Okay. Wait, we didn't do a mic check on this new stream. Okay, everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Let's see what's going on with these guys a little bit.
The hemoglobin carries the blood.
No. I don't think you can hear.
Yes. The hemoglobin
What
carries
does it
the
look
blood.
like when you put oxygen or air in water? What do they look like?
What a waste of time. What a complete waste of time. All right, so what do we got? We were writing a paper. So that's basically it. This explains. This is the foundation. Once you understand that the speed of light is a constant, this is quantum mechanics, quantum mechanically proving. This is proof of Einstein's special relativity second postulate quantum mechanically. So you need the ether. So this is in the ether. So can you say control B? Yeah, the ether fluid. So we need to make sure. So we're moving the rubber ducky into the ether. Now we're submerging it, immersing it, or submerging it in the ether. Okay. which is once you understand the first steps, the first proofs, now you understand on a quantum mechanical level how it works. Okay. What I would like to do is a Stern-Gerlach experiment explanation using like a quantum mechanical explanation of the Stern-Gerlach. Let me ask Gamma if he wants to join me.
I bet. Oh, Mr. Slave is here.
Gamma,
Let's go.
I'm here
And
for
with
you.
that, I'm going to bed. Bye, everyone.
My
No,
Gamma,
Eric, you're coming back. You're coming here right now.
no
You're
Gamma,
staying here.
I'm
No.
here. Gamma, I'm here for you. So do you want to?
Oh,
Do you want to?
that's so romantic.
No, that's actually from the Grim Reaper. I'm here for you. I've come.
Oh, I thought it was because you wanted to take me on a date, but I mean, okay.
No,
So do you
no.
think do you think the trees are producing the oxygen too? And like how many
Wait,
how many
1 second.
plants does it
Wait,
take
wait,
to blow up
wait,
a
wait,
balloon?
wait,
You're
wait.
not getting 1 second with D-Mock, Mr. Slave.
Yeah, I'm
That's so smart.
not interested.
How many
Anyway,
trees does it take that you
wait,
smother them with a bag like you do a
wait.
human?
Hold on,
So I'm
hold
gonna
on.
put a plastic bag.
Wait,
Hold on
hold.
a minute,
No,
man.
no,
I'm
no.
gonna smother the tree in my
I just came
backyard.
here. I just came here to invite
I'm gonna
Gamma.
drown the tree.
Wait,
I'm gonna drown a tree right now if you
wait.
don't stop talking.
No, no,
I'm gonna
no.
take a tree and choke it out and put it
Wait,
underwater and
wait. Come on.
choke it.
I just want to invite people. So I have a quantum mechanical explanation, a perfect explanation for the Stern-Gerlach experiment, and I want to write the paper. So I want to do the diagram. So Gamma and whoever else wants to join me.
Fucking idiot. Not listening to this guy.
Okay. Does anybody want me to do a quantum mechanical explanation? Because what's his name? C Line made a video explaining how like the Stern-Gerlach experiment, but he didn't give us a quantum mechanical explanation. I've never heard a quantum mechanical explanation, meaning a classical. You know how I work. I convert quantum mechanics into classical mechanics. So I'm able to explain Stern-Gerlach completely classically, thoroughly, absolutely, without skipping a beat. So does anybody want to help me write the paper, do the diagrams, hear the explanation, challenge my theory? No. Does
All
anybody?
bullshit. I'll challenge all of it right now.
Wait, Gamma. What?
Wait, no. Talk to D-Mock. I'll talk to D-Mock.
No, it's a
and
waste
then
of
I'll
time.
go.
No, not
No,
interested.
please. I'm
No,
begging you. It will
no.
definitely test your theory.
No, bye. I don't want to waste my time. No way. Talk to D-Mock. Waste your time. Waste your life with nonsense. La 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 la. Okay, let's see if if anyone on YouTube ever created an explanation of Stern. Oh, I didn't go to her. Oh, that's okay. What is he doing? Yeah, I don't want to be in a panel like that. I'm not interested in being in a panel. 23 views, good. So he basically ended up with, I don't know, explaining, not explaining. I mean, what's what's where are we in his explanation of the Stern-Gerlach? I don't get it. What, there's two raging tomatoes going on. Oh, this is upcoming. This is Mod Monday. Yeah, it looks like I don't care. Plan reverse physics chapter for quantum mechanics. What? Reverse physics live planning quantum mechanics. What? What does that even mean? Okay, what I want to do, should people exist? They caught the building. Quantum versus classical. Vortex dynamics. What? Quantum versus classical. What are vortex dynamics? I just want to see a Stern-Gerlach classical explanation. So Stern-Gerlach. Explain. Let's see if anyone has ever explained why did they get the results that they
Hi
got.
everyone. This video is about the Stern. Hi everyone. This video is about the Stern-Gerlach experiment. In this experiment, silver is heated so much in the furnace that it becomes gaseous. A few individual silver atoms leave the furnace through a small aperture in the direction of an inhomogeneous magnetic field. Behind the magnetic field, there's a photoplate which the silver atoms hit and leave an imprint. The result is that the silver atoms are deflected either up or down. Some of you might now think that the distraction is due to the Lorentz force. However, these are not positively or negatively charged particles that fly through the magnetic field. They are complete silver atoms with an equal number of protons and electrons. Therefore, no resulting Lorentz force acts on the silver atoms. Let's take a closer look at the silver atoms. A silver atom has 47 electrons. The electrons are at different energy levels. It is already noticeable that there is an even number of electrons at every energy level. Only one is at the highest energy level. Let's take a closer look at the electrons. The Pauli principle states that no two electrons.
So they're all spinning in balanced directions, I guess, because it's even. So they spin in both directions. So ultimately, a silver atom has one spin electron. That's in a random direction. But it's a quantized moment. The moment of inertia, the angular momentum, and therefore the magnetic flux, I guess, the magnetic moment of inertia, and the electric, what do you call it, charge, the electric dipole, the electric current is quantized. Everything is quantized because the energy, the kinetic energy of the electron is quantized. The kinetic energy of the electron is quantized. It cannot, right? Just like its mass and its charge, its very kinetic energy, the way it is configured in the atom is quantized. All silver atoms are identical as far as we can tell. We cannot tell two silver atoms apart. So they're all basically tiny magnets pointing at random directions, spherical coordinates. And as they pass through the magnetic field, they align either up if they're more up, they align all the way up, or all the way down if they're a little bit down. But they are all the magnetic moment is identical. You're not going right because the charge is identical. The velocity at which they run around, spin around the nucleus is identical, right? If you cannot tell them apart, once you agree that you cannot tell two silver atoms apart, then why are you surprised that you cannot tell them apart, except for their orientation, which that's random. But internally, all silver atoms are identical. So why are you surprised that half of them go to one spot and the other half go to another spot? Why would you expect a distribution? They all have identical charge, and that charge is running around at an identical velocity because it has identical kinetic energy or potential energy, depends on how you want to call it. But identical energy, so they all have the same velocity, the same mass, the same wavelength, everything is identical. If they're not identical, then physics doesn't exist. So once you agree that an electron, all electrons are identical, except for, I wouldn't even say their spin, but let's say their spin. But as soon as you say that all electrons are identical, all protons are identical, all silver atoms are identical, as soon as you say, you agree that you cannot tell them apart. Right? You agree you cannot tell them apart, especially not the top electron, the outermost electron, they all outermost electrons and all silver atoms, you cannot tell them apart. Right? They all have the same, all these electrons have the same mass, identical velocity, therefore identical momentum, and they're running around in a circle. They're waving around the nucleus as a continuous wave. They're waving around the nucleus. They're waving around the rest of the shells, but there is, right, they're balancing out the charge, so they are attracted through Coulomb's law to the nucleus. That's what's holding them around the nucleus inside the atom, and they're spinning around. They are basically, they are a unit of current. It's a ring of current with charge and velocity that is, it's, I wouldn't say it's intrinsic as much as all silver atoms share this configuration. Whatever the velocity of the wave of the outermost electron is, it's identical for all silver atoms. Why would it be different? How could it be different, right? If the how could the velocity be different? If the wavelength is the same, the energy is the same, right? If you add more, you can't add more energy. You can only add quanta of energy. You can't, if you add a quanta, then you excite that electron. Okay, assuming all the electrons are none of them is, you're not exciting some of them. Like if you would excite some of them, you could maybe then argue that you're changing something. We need to do the calculation. Would it you have to look at it like you look at a ring of wire that has current flowing around. The current flows around, and because there's no loss, it's a lossless wire that the current goes around. Basically, in this case, the current goes around because it's a wave. It's an unstoppable wave. It waves in the ether. It's an ether wave. It doesn't wave at the speed of light. It doesn't wave at the speed of propagation of energy in the ether because it interacts with the Higgs mechanism of the ether. So it is slowed down. All electrons are slowed down just the same. They all, no, all electrons interact with the Higgs just the same. But all electrons, when they are the outermost electrons in the outermost shell of silver atom, they all have the same energy. If they, what would it entail for them to have different energy? Like you can't have less energy, because then they would have to drop onto a lower shell, but that shell is full, whatever that means. I don't know how that works, but there is some mechanism by which they cannot lose a photon and drop. They're blocked from that. And the only way they can gain energy is if they absorb a photon, and that's fine, maybe, and they can rise. That electron can occupy a higher shell temporarily before it drops and sheds the photon energy, the photon, that's fine. But in general, they're not excited. They're not glowing. You would see them glowing, maybe even giving off X-rays. So they're not glowing. No one is firing an electron beam at them. They're not glowing hot. If they're glowing hot, maybe then it would be different. That would be interesting. If you could make them glowing hot and then see that some of them behave differently, then you would maybe get. I mean, there's many ways you can rerun this experiment to play around with the configuration of the silver atom. But at the end of the day, the silver atom probably has very few configurations. And even if it has a lot of configurations, but it's some number of configurations, and each configuration might give you a different magnetic moment. Now, the magnetic moment is created, right, because Einstein explained how current is interpreted as magnetic. So once you have an electron, it relativistically, it looks like, because of relativistic effects, whatever that means, but that I leave that to Einstein. Because of relativistic effects, an electron looks like a magnet. Not always. Whatever, under Einstein's conditions. Okay, so it's a tiny magnet. Imagine you have a bunch of identical tiny magnets. Everybody's saying, how could the magnetic moment be quantized? The magnetic moment is You didn't say that about the mass of the electron, that it's quantized. You didn't say that about the electron, that it's quantized. You didn't say that about, what else? The charge of the electron, that is quantized. Wow, but right, but at the end of you didn't say that about the configuration of the electron, of the atom, the silver atom, that there's a few configurations. It can only live within a few configurations. There's things that are right. For example, the outermost electron cannot fall onto a lower shell because of whatever configuration reasons. There's limitations. Electrons repel each other, and so on. And there's different considerations that a silver atom, all silver atoms are identical because they all live within the laws of nature. So why are people confused? Why would you? No, the question is, this is completely classical. You can thoroughly analyze. We should be able to thoroughly analyze the Stern-Gerlach experiment classically. You don't need anything besides classical physics to explain it. Classical, and then special relativity. You don't have to use special relativity. You just assume, if you just assume that current creates a magnetic field, or you can just, right, the magnetic part, you can just assume that an electron has a magnetic moment, and that's it. I don't see anything else. Anyway, let's see what they say.
Electrons on a shell may have completely the same quantum numbers. The main quantum number indicates the shell on which the electron is located. In simple terms, the distance between the electron and the atomic nucleus. Let's start with the 2 electrons on the K shell. The secondary quantum number, S,P,D,or,F, indicates the shape of the orbital in which an electron is located with a probability of 90%.
What is a K shell? I don't know what a K shell is. What are these shells?
The magnetic quantum number, M, indicates the orientation.
I mean, okay, these are shapes. Okay, there is S, B, D, F shapes. I don't know what those are. I think sphere. D is maybe dumbbell. I don't know. Flower. Pear. I don't know. M is the magnetic moment, so it has 4 magnetic moments. I don't know.
Orientation of the orbital shape. At first glance, one might think that the 2 electrons on the K shell are the same in all quantum numbers. But according to the Pauli principle, they are not allowed to do that. However, if we take a closer look at the 2 electrons, we notice a difference. The final missing quantum number.
I don't know what the Pauli principle is. What is the Pauli principle? You can't tell the electron you have to obey a principle. Rather, you have to explain how because of first principles, there arises a Pauli principle. You have to show why the Pauli principle, well, maybe Pauli explained it, I don't know.
Of an electron, the spin, is what differentiates these 2 electrons. The left electron has a spin down and the right electron has a spin up. These 2 electrons, which have completely identical quantum numbers except for the spin, are called paired electrons. If you look at the electrons on the other shells, you can see that they consist entirely of paired electrons. Only on the highest shell, there's a single unpaired electron. This electron can assume both spin states, spin down or spin up, without breaking the Pauli principle. Now let's go back to our experiment. As already mentioned, whole silver atoms always fly through.
But why would you, I mean, okay, it's fine. Just remember, if this is a silver atom, then fine. Okay, you could view a silver atom maybe as such.
The magnetic field. Now, let's look at what happens to all 46 paired electrons as they fly through the magnetic field. The spins of the 2 electrons must be opposite at all times. Otherwise, they would break the Pauli principle. Before entering the magnetic field, the spins are oriented.
This is a single atom? What are you showing me? That's not what an atom looks like, unless, I don't know. Are these layers? Are there? I see 2 layers here. Are these 2 electrons? What are you showing me?
In all possible directions. When entering the magnetic field, the spins align with the magnetic field. In this case, the spin of the left electron points in the same direction as the magnetic field, and the spin of the right electron points in the opposite direction. An atom that consists only of paired electrons is not deflected in the magnetic field. But the silver atom has an unpaired electron. If this enters the magnetic field, it aligns itself either in the direction of the North Pole or in the direction of the South Pole. The most important thing is the alignment before entering the magnetic field. If the alignment is previously directed towards the North Pole, the spin is in most cases completely aligned to the North Pole. In this case, this unpaired electron experiences an upward force. It can thus be shown that the spin of the electron has a magnetic moment and is either attracted by the North Pole, as in this example, and repelled by the South Pole and deflected upwards, or, as in the second example, exactly in the opposite direction.
So why? I mean, why are people like so? Right? No one should be surprised by this experiment. So originally they were surprised. Why were they surprised originally? Are we still surprised? I mean, what's the status of this thing? Mm-hmm. Oh, this is German. Nach oben abgelenkt. Anabgelenkt. Nach unten whatever. Okay, but what does he say? He always, I'm always confused. I never know what he wants to say. I don't even know what he wants to say.
Welcome to Real Physics. This is a series about key experiments in physics, and today I will talk about the Stern-Gerlach experiment. Now, we are at the beginning of the 20th century. Bohr's model of the atom in 1913 was already established. A big enthusiasm permeated all physics because, that was a really exciting picture. You had the atom as a little solar system, and the electrons were orbiting the nucleus as the planets orbit the sun. So people tried to do it.
Well, so but now we know. But even I think even Bohr didn't say that. Even Bohr would have told you no, it's a wave. Bohr told you it's a wave. It's not a particle orbiting. It's a wave orbiting.
experiments to verify that, and a very natural idea was that apart from the orbital motion, the electrons would have a proper rotation. This idea was later called
No, there's no rotation. There's only it only waves around the nucleus. That's all. There's nothing else. I don't think there's anything else. I don't see how you would have anything else.
spin, and Stern got in 1922 tried to prove it. Now, they set up a beam of electrons coming from an oven, and those were silver atoms, but that doesn't really matter. You just imagine electrons coming out of that, and, well, you suppose that there is that proper rotation, and you could imagine this
No, there's silver atoms. Why would you say there's electrons?
as well. You say you have this axis of rotation here, so your angular momentum would be a vector oriented in a arbitrary direction in three-dimensional space. So these electrons or atoms would come out from the atom, and you expect, well, this is
From the oven, yeah.
this direction, the other electron has that direction, a third electron has this direction, distributed in random manner.
And just like a compass aligns to the Earth's magnetic field, so too these atoms align with the magnetic field.
And Stern and Gerlach set up an inhomogeneous magnetic field in a manner that if the electrons were aligned, if the electron spin was aligned with the magnetic field, like this, they would come on top. And if they were aligned opposite to the magnetic field, they would come down here. And of course, what you expect if you have a random distribution of this spin of this angular momentum, as people were convinced at the time, you would expect that you have a continuous distribution of atoms coming up here, hitting the wall here.
Why would you expect a continuous angular momentum if you think about it? How could you have a continuous? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you have in mind. If you have a planetary model, yeah, you could have, I guess, any velocity, but Bohr explained that it's not, it's a wave. It's just a wave. And if it's a wave, and it's right, it's a wave, it has wavelength, it has energy, therefore it has frequency, and therefore it has velocity, and therefore it has a right and all these things are determined because it's the outermost shell of a silver atom. So everything is given, everything is known, all these quantities so therefore are known, therefore the magnetic moment is some number, just like the charge and the mass and the wavelength. I mean, I think from the mass you can figure out already the wavelength. So you just need to know the mass and the charge. From those two, you should be able to figure out the magnetic moment. Just like the mass is some number and the charge is some value, so too the magnetic moment is a consequence of those, of the charge and the magnetic moment. The angular, not even, the magnetic moment is a consequence of the charge and the mass.
And atoms coming down here. And this was simply not the case, because, I mean, it's clear that this distribution should be random, but the very surprising result was there were only 2 points in which the electrons or the atoms arrived, up here and down here. That means, if you
That means Bohr was correct.
put this in terms of angular momentum, that the electron would have either this angular momentum or that opposite angular.
No. What are you talking about? No, it's random. It aligns with the magnet, with the field. That has nothing to do with this experiment. This is not the... What are you talking about? Of course, if you throw in magnets, of course they're going to align. They're all going to either align up or down, depending... Aren't they? Aren't they all going to align either up or down? I don't know. 1 second, I have a group I need to join. Okay, I don't want to. Okay, that's a different question. If you throw in tiny magnets, why would some point up and some point down? That's the question.
Momentum. That means it could only rotate parallel or anti-parallel to the magnetic field, which is completely absurd, because why should it? I mean, where does it know how the magnetic field is oriented? So this is
What?
very deep riddle, and I would say it's not understood, not properly understood to this day, and it points to a very mysterious nature of space and time, and what it's called spin, of course, of the electron, but it's not an explanation, and we must seek for real explanations, not for cheap excuses in physics, and saying that, okay, that's just spin, that's an effect of quantum mechanics, is at the very end a cheap explanation. The result of the Stern-Gerlach experiment in reality points to a deep problem with space-time and our understanding of maybe 3+1 dimensional reality, and
You don't know. I mean, if you don't understand it, why are you speculating with all these ideas? I mean, as long as you don't know, I wouldn't speculate. I mean, either you have a theory or you don't.
I think it's something we should continue to think about. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like it, and if you're interested in fundamental physics,
D. Haas, how time slows down in special relativity. Debunking particle physics propaganda. Why I'm doing science on YouTube. Stern-Gerlach.
The Stern and Gerlach experiment, which makes it possible to determine the magnetic moment of atoms, is based on the deflection of a bundle of atoms in an inhomogeneous magnetic field, which is proportional to the component of the magnetic moment in the direction of the field. However, this experiment is not proof of the existence of electron spin. In an experiment in 1921 in which Gerlach collaborated with physicist Otto Stern, a furnace was used in which silver was heated to a temperature of 1000 degrees Celsius. Silver was chosen because its atoms have one valence electron in the shell of 5s. A bundle of electrically neutral atoms escaping from the furnace was directed into an inhomogeneous magnetic field and continued to hit the glass plate. The whole apparatus was placed in a vacuum. While it was assumed that the magnetic moment of the silver atoms was equal to 0 and that only a continuous line would be visible on the glass plate, Gerlach and Stern observed it splitting. It was assumed that atoms whose total orbital angular momentum is equal to 0 would also have a total magnetic moment of 0. On the screen, they observed the splitting of the original line into two separate silver curves, from which they concluded that the electron has a magnetic moment with two
So somewhere here, somewhere at the bottom, somewhere at the top, nothing at the center.
possible directions and is quantized. Since there should be no magnetic moment for the valence electron in the s shell, according to the theory of the time, then the observed non-zero magnetic moment of silver atoms must have been induced by another angular momentum, spin. The Stern-Gerlach experiment is considered experimental proof of the existence of electron spin. Surely you ask yourself why the spin of the electron reacts only with an inhomogeneous magnetic field and is completely indifferent to a homogeneous magnetic field. Is this really proof of the existence of electron spin, or was the result of the experiment incorrectly evaluated because it was based on an incorrect model and did not contain a physical explanation of the whole process? The ring theory puts forward its own hypothesis of this beam splitting, based on the physical laws of electromagnetism, without the need for non-physical spin. If we start from the hypothesis that the electron has a ring structure with a rotating charge, then we can associate this electron with a current loop with a defined magnetic moment.
This is good. This is perfect. Excellent. Stern-Gerlach experiment going to RT. What is RT? RT? Russia Today? What is RT? So df over to b.
To define its behavior in a magnetic field, we can then use the known laws of electromagnetism. It follows from these laws that an external magnetic field exerts a force on the current loop. The direction of the vector of this force is determined according to Fleming's left-hand rule. If the induction lines of the external magnetic field enter the palm and the fingers indicate the direction of the current,
Let's see. So the force is to the left if the t, I don't know what is t, where is b going? I don't know. What kind of rule is this? I've never seen this rule. Usually use 3 fingers. What are these angles? Like B and T, B and F, and what?
then the thumb indicates the direction of the vector of force exerted by the external magnetic field on the current carrying conductor. For an external homogeneous magnetic field, this vector is perpendicular to the magnetic induction vector, and the force in the direction of magnetic induction and the z-axis is 0. In an external inhomogeneous field, the direction of the force is parallel to the vector product of magnetic induction and the differential length of the partial part of the loop, and is perpendicular to it. If we place such a current loop in the axis of an inhomogeneous magnetic field, the effect of the force will manifest itself in 2 ways.
I don't know.
For a current loop whose magnetic moment is directed against the magnetic induction vector of the external magnetic field, the force of attraction will act towards the smaller field strength in the z-axis. If the atom is rotated 180 degrees, the direction of the magnetic moment vector of the current loop of the electron will be parallel to the direction of the magnetic induction vector of the external magnetic field. Then the force acting on the current loop will act in the direction.
So it depends on the direction of rotation. So this is inhomogeneous magnetic field, right? So this was, I guess, this is homogeneous magnetic field. You see the straight lines. I don't know this rule. I've never seen this left-hand rule like this. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know. The force is to the left. That's dF. dF. That's homogeneous magnetic field. I mean, this is the right-hand rule that it's rotating this way. Therefore, this is the something. I don't know what this is. Magnetic field. Why is dF? What is dF? I don't know. dF. What is D? Is this delta F? I don't know. So I is this way, I is the same way. B is curved. I don't know. I don't know. This is useless. So introduction to the Stern-Gerlach. Let's try this guy.
Hello, everyone. In this video, I want to talk about a very important experiment in the history of quantum mechanics called the Stern-Gerlach.
Let me downvote this guy.
The Stern and Gerlach.
This is useless. What is going on here? Have you come across the rotating photon particle? Fascinating. Good visuals, excellent. It's interesting that you say there should be more pronounced deflection. I'm really confused. Stern-Gerlach experiment is not proof of the existence of electron spin? What? What is he talking about? Who is this guy? Ring Theory EU. Is he a conspiracy theorist? Ring theory. I think he's a conspiracy theorist. Everything is ring theory. Photon, electron, hydrogen, atom. I mean, I was hopeful that he's going to give a good explanation because the ring theory sounds like my theory. But if you have so many videos about the ring theory, that's too much. Who's Anna? This is 15 years ago. This is 10 years ago. Basic fractal structure. I mean, I don't know how he has access to these beautiful visuals. I've never seen such beautiful visuals. Model of nitrogen atom and according to ring theory. Okay, I think he is a conspiracy theorist. I don't know. I don't understand. So I
The
don't
Stern
know.
and Gerlach experiment, which
I
makes it
don't
possible
know
to determine the
what
magnetic
say.
moment.
So let's go to this guy.
Hello, everyone. In this video, I want to talk about a very important experiment in the history of quantum mechanics. It's called the Stern-Gerlach experiment. It was performed in 1922 by two now famous physicists. One of them is Stern, and I bet you can't guess who the other one is. No, it's Gerlach. The other one is Gerlach. So Stern and Gerlach, this is the plaque that commemorates the
He's gay.
experiment, and this is around the time that quantum mechanics was being developed. In this video, I want to introduce you to the basic physics of the experiment, so how the experiment works, and we will talk in more detail later about what we learned from the experiment, the conclusions of it. The Stern-Gerlach experiment has to do with the response of a particle's magnetic moment to an inhomogeneous magnetic field. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there, and so we're first going to talk about what is a magnetic moment and how does it respond to an inhomogeneous magnetic field. Let's go back to thinking about bar magnets. We'll call a magnetic dipole. So if you have a bar magnet and you put this magnet in an external magnetic field, so this is going to be some other magnetic field.
This is good. That's a good explanation. You start with a normal magnet. That's very good. Fantastic.
This thing will tend
Good
to align
start.
with the magnetic field. If this is to have a uniform magnetic field. You stick with a
Exactly.
compass needle, it responds to whatever external magnetic field
Exactly. Compass needle, finally.
is being applied there. And of course, this will eventually align with the magnetic field. This is how the dipole likes to be aligned, north axis pointing up. And we're going to define a quantum.
But then all magnets would point up, and we want some of them to point down. How do we do that?
Called the magnetic moment. It's a vector which points from south to north on the bar magnet, denoted by the Greek letter mu. So mu is called the magnetic moment, which tends to align with any external magnetic field. The potential energy of the dipole in an external magnetic field is minus mu dotted with B. which if you expand the dot product, this would be the magnitude of the vector mu, the magnitude of b, times the cosine of the angle between those two. So for example, over here, this angle here would be theta. And you can see that when theta is 0, then cosine theta is 1, and the potential energy is lowest. And so the lowest potential energy is when mu is aligned with the magnetic field. And of course, systems like to be in a situation where the potential energy is lowest. Okay? So now what I'd like you to imagine is, imagine you could somehow arrange for an inhomogeneous magnetic field. The magnetic field is going to be weak on this side, much stronger down here, so longer arrows. B here is strong, and the magnetic field here is weak. What will happen to this dipole? Now, it might bother you that this particular inhomogeneous magnetic field, you're kind of wondering how would I set something like that up, but put that aside for a second. Just imagine you could create some magnetic field which is inhomogeneous like this. What will happen to this? When the bar magnet aligns with a magnetic field, it's because the north pole is being pulled upward and the south pole is being pulled downward. And if those forces are the same, it will just turn to align. And that would be the case when the magnetic field is homogeneous. But in this situation, the force on the south pole downward is larger than the force on the north pole upwards. So there's a downward force here, which is larger than the upward force here. And that net force would be downward. Okay. So if you put a magnetic dipole in an inhomogeneous magnetic field, it will feel a net force. And how do we calculate the net force on this dipole? The net force is related to the potential energy like this. F.
So in a homogeneous, there's no net force, and in an inhomogeneous, there's a net force. But what about the alignment? How do you? That's still south at the bottom, north at the top. How do you get some of them to be north? Right, because all of these are all going to go down. The force at the bottom is greater or something, no?
Gradient of the potential energy. So this is the relationship between forces and potential energy. F is equal to minus the gradient.
This is very deep. Like, no one teaches this. Like, this is where F equals ma comes from. This is the origin. This is the force is the differential. The, what do you call this? Is this the divergence of the potential energy? It's the change in potential energy. Is it the change in? Yeah, I think it's the change in potential energy. Let me see. What did he say?
Is equal to minus. And how do we calculate the net force on this dipole? The net force is related to the potential energy like this. F is equal to minus the gradient of the potential energy. So this is the relationship.
Gradient. Whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, so the potential energy is by how much mu is the same as B? How much they're aligned? Isn't the potential energy exactly the opposite? Like, the more potential energy you have actually is when the magnetic moments are 90 degrees to each other, because then there is energy to flip it. Why would you say this? This is weird.
Between forces and potential energy. F is equal to F net. The needle, it responds to whatever external magnetic field is being applied there. And of course, this will eventually align with the magnetic field. This is how the dipole likes to be aligned. North axis pointing up.
This is the lowest energy.
And we're going to define a quantity called the magnetic moment. It's a vector which points from south to north on the bar magnet, denoted by the Greek letter mu. So mu is called the magnetic moment, which tends to align with any external magnetic field. The potential energy of the dipole in an external magnetic field is minus mu dotted with b, which if you expand the dot product, this would be the magnitude of the vector mu, the magnitude of b, times the cosine of the angle between those two. So for example, over here, this angle here would be theta. And you can see that when theta is 0, then cosine theta is 1, and the potential energy is lowest. And so the lowest potential energy...
Oh, cosine. Wait, what? This is theta. When theta is 0, that's maximum. But it's minus, it's minimum. Oh, that's why it has a minus. That's the lowest. But at 90 degrees, cosine of 90 is 0. That's the highest. Oh, got it. Okay. That's why he has a minus there.
Is when mu is aligned with the magnetic.
I'm so upset at Lily that she did that. But she's young. I mean, what does she care? But why would you, like, women usually don't behave like this. Why would you behave like this? Bring this idiot into my life. Why would you bring an idiot? Why do you have an idiot as a friend? Hot girls update. It seems like you might have a gigantic conflict of interest. Who, me? Shut up. Seems like you might have a giant conflict of interest. Who? I think he's talking to this guy. Whom? To me? I would love to debate you on this topic. You're wrong about everything. I don't care. Yeah, it's a bunch of leftists. Who cares? Go back to your leftoidism. Goodbye. Interesting. Latest comments. Interesting that, but more notifications. So the latest comments are first. Like, why don't you show me? I wish YouTube would show me comments. YouTube is so terrible at showing comments, which is all that's like the most important thing on YouTube is if I could see comments, reactions to my comments, reactions to my videos. YouTube is so terrible. It's like I don't care about general notifications, but there's nothing I can do. It's useless. It's so useless. Okay, now we are beginning to understand his equations. Okay, so the potential energy is negative vector mu dot vector b. Very good. So at 90 degrees, that's actually the highest potential energy. He should say that. He should explain it.
Magnetic field. And of course, systems like to be
Why don't you just do the cross? You can't do the cross because that would give you the wrong direction. Okay.
in a situation where the potential energy is lowest. Okay? So now what I'd like you to imagine is, imagine you could somehow arrange for an inhomogeneous magnetic field. The magnetic field is going to be weak on this side.
Is he looking at notes? At his notes?
Much stronger down here, so longer arrows. B here is strong, and the magnetic field here is weak. What will happen to this dipole? Now it might bother you that this particular inhomogeneous magnetic field, you're kind of wondering how would I set something like that up, but put that aside.
Well, that's easy. But how would this behave? Like if it were to be tilted, why would it would always align north, up, south, down. But maybe you could say, I mean, I don't know how magnets behave. So imagine this magnetic field just means there is a big magnet below that is very strong north, and over here there is very weak south. So of course it's going to be attracted to, if it's aligned this way, it will be attracted. Wait a minute, I see already. I'm beginning to see how the orientation makes a difference. So if it's aligned this way, it's going to get dragged down. If it were the reverse, it would be repelled upwards. But would it not always first switch directions? Because basically this is north. So wouldn't it always point up?
Aside for a second, just imagine you could create some magnetic field which is inhomogeneous like this. What will happen to this? When the bar magnet aligns with a magnetic field, it's because the north pole is being pulled upward and the south pole is being pulled downward. And if those
right, because there's north here and there's south here. So yeah, there's forces, there's tension, and it's forcing the magnet to align.
forces are the same, it will just turn to align. And that would be the case when the magnetic
field. It doesn't turn it. It gets pulled, just like he wrote. This pulls up and this pulls down. Perfect.
Field is homogeneous. But in this situation, the force on the south pole downward is larger than the force on the north pole upwards. So there's a downward force here, which is larger than the upward force here.
Yes.
And that net force will be downward. Okay?
Yes.
So if you put a magnetic dipole in an inhomogeneous magnetic field, it will feel a net force. And how do we calculate the net force on this dipole? The net force is related to the potential energy like this. F is equal to minus the gradient of the potential energy.
I see.
So, this is
so there's a gradient. Now it's beginning to make sense. This is a gradient. There's a magnetic field gradient. And this is the potential energy. That's good. So the gradient in the potential energy. So the potential energy here is some value. So as it moves up, B is weaker and weaker. B grows weaker. As B grows weaker, right, goes down, this becomes less negative. So V goes up. Right? Imagine this is 10 times 10. It's 100, but negative 100. Now imagine this go to 0. So now it's 0. It was negative 100. Now it's 0. So the gradient, right? So the V is high here, but it's low here. So the gradient of V, it's growing weaker and weaker and weaker, but this is the negative, so the force is greater and greater and greater. So it's getting pulled more and more and more up.
The relationship between forces and potential energy, F is equal to minus the gradient of the potential energy. So let's substitute in the value of the potential energy. So minus the gradient minus v dot b. And the two minuses cancel out, so I just get the gradient of v dot b. As a concrete example, let's suppose that b is equal to something which decreases linearly with z. So it's just a linear function of z, and we're going to assume that alpha is a positive number. So b only has...
So let's assume, let's
z component.
move. Okay, so let's assume that the magnetic field is some initial value, 10, minus some coefficient times z. So it only changes with respect to z. It's identical over x and y, but it changes over z, and it's in the direction of k, which I'm assuming is towards z is up, like he drew before, I'm assuming. Okay. I'm still in shock what he did. Why would you behave this way? Like, how empty is your life that you behave this way? You just go visit someone, they tell you I'm on YouTube, and you take off your pants and you show your privates? Why? To the world? Like you just want to ruin the stream. You just want to force me to take the stream down. That's all. So either you're a 6-year-old or a 6th grader. No, but this was a mature person. This is like, I don't know, 30-year-old, 40-year-old. That's your life. Wonderful. Great. Now I have to wait for the stream to settle so I can edit it. I wonder why. So I'm waiting for this stream to settle, to show up. Why does YouTube take so long? Really, I'm really bothered by her behavior. This is the toxicity of YouTube and Discord. People would in general, they don't behave this way in real life. They're nicer. Hopefully. I don't know. Maybe she's an asshole in real life too. She doesn't sound like an asshole. Interesting. Only 661 subscribers. This is from 7 months ago. Anyway, this is really interesting. So he says, so this is a field. This is a field as a function of x, y, z. So some value, let's say 10, minus, let's say 10 z. So as it goes up, this becomes more and more negative. So 1 times 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So in the beginning, it's some value up, but then it becomes some value down. So that doesn't make any sense. So it's probably some value like 100. And this is like 10, but this grows very slowly. I mean, this can never change direction, right? We're trying to define some inhomogeneous, ununiform field that is always pointing up. So this is the bottom. At the bottom, it's some value, and at the top, it's some value, and this changes linearly. But it doesn't change to 0. So this is some equation that, so you can imagine some value from 100 to 50 linearly. Okay. So if you want to see the force, if you want to measure the force, predict the force, so it's the gradient, the positive gradient of mu dot b. Mu dot b, this is the equation. So b, I'm assuming we're just going to say cosine is 1, that it's aligned. And mu is a constant. And b, we have the function. No, but this is v. We're past this. We don't care about this. We just want, so mu comes out because it's a constant. So all we have is the divergence or the gradient of b. The gradient of b is just the differential over xyz, but there's only z. So all we care for is alpha. It's just negative alpha. So the force is just negative alpha. I don't see anything else, right? Mu times negative alpha. So negative mu alpha, which is very strange because b is upwards. But you're saying that all we care for is just the change. This is the change in b. The change in b is negative. So the force is downwards. That's weird. This is the change in b, the gradient of b. Well, b goes down. So imagine b going down. That's a negative slope. So the force is negative. We don't care about b naught. Okay, let's see what
In this case, my force, sorry, there should be a vector on top of this. The force would be equal to the gradient of mu dot b. So the gradient of mu dot b, so b only has a z component, that would be mu z times bz. And if we assume that mu z is a constant, so this is a constant, it's a property of the bar magnet, then I just have mu z times the gradient of bz, which is the gradient of b0 minus alpha z. The only coordinate which this depends on is z. This is going to be mu z times d by dz of b0 minus alpha z, k hat. So the force
is obviously just alpha. What is it besides alpha?
Is going to be equal to minus z alpha k hat. So the force is in the negative z direction, assuming that the magnetic field gets weaker as you increase with z. So in other words, this here has a magnetic field which is decreasing with z. So this is b, which is similar to the situation we had before, where we had a strong magnetic field here and a weak magnetic field on the top here. And we said that the net force on this magnet would be downward. I'm assuming the positive z is upward. Now, what does this have to do with quantum physics?
Oh, so the force is downwards always? So when do half of them go upwards?
First, I'm going to make a connection between the bar magnet and a current loop. So it's not classically about current loops. And then the key is we're going to think about atoms, like a hydrogen atom, as a current loop. So I'm going to keep these here for later convenience. All right, there's no bar magnets that you know of in quantum physics or in subatomic physics. And furthermore, what is this mu z? Like I told you, it was a vector that pointed from south pole to the north pole of a magnet, but how do I calculate the actual magnitude of that? For that, I'm going to need to remind you, or perhaps teach you for the first time, that if you have a loop of current, so imagine the current is flowing in this way, this loop will act like a bar magnet. It will align with an external magnetic field. And that magnetic moment points perpendicular to the plane of the loop. So my magnetic moment will be like this. This will be 90 degrees here. The direction of that magnetic moment is found by using the right-hand rule. The magnitude of the magnetic moment.
But the camera is flipped. He should have said that. Let's see if anybody picked it up. This is 7:33. Wait, there's no comments? 733. Did he use the left-hand rule? Did he say left hand? Well, it's an electron. I think we use the left-hand rule for electrons, do we?
And that magnetic moment points perpendicular to the plane of the loop. So my magnetic moment will be like this. This will be 90 degrees.
That's
Here.
the right-hand rule.
The direction of that magnetic moment is found by using the right-hand rule. The magnitude.
Okay. The right-hand rule. The camera is flipped. I mean, it's a mirror image. Left to right. Well, it's actually, I think, inside out. Okay. Yeah. So it appeared that you used your left hand, but you actually use your right hand. Okay, everything is fine.
Magnitude of the magnetic moment for a current loop is the magnitude of the current times the area of the loop. So the loop is the area of this. Right? This is something from classical physics, which you might have encountered before, or maybe not. You place this in a magnetic field, like suppose I put it in a magnetic field pointing this way, this loop would then tend to align just like a bar magnet. So this loop of current.
So the amount of current, somehow we can derive it. I mean, we should derive it, but let's assume it for now. I'm still I'm shook to my core from how she behaved. I mean, it's not her fault, but she brought him, so you know. Okay, so this is interesting. So there's current and area. So if you have the same current and a bigger area, this is akin to an electron going up a shell. The question is it the same current? I don't know. The current is the velocity of the waving of the electron, which has to do with the energy. So maybe the current is the same. So the magnetic moment can change if it goes up a shell. So okay, so I times A
behaves very similarly to a bar magnet. Now what we want to do is make a connection between.
It's probably mu equals I cross A. I don't know. It looks like this looks like, no, it's just I times A. Okay.
Between the magnetic moment and the angular momentum of the particles traveling around this loop. Let's suppose this is.
There's no particle. Why do they keep saying there is no particle? You can't use this model and say particle. This is a wave. This is Bohr's model. You can't say particle. You're ruining everything. You're gonna confuse yourself.
Do is make a connection between the magnetic moment and the angular momentum of the particles traveling around this loop. Let's suppose this is a
particle traveling around this loop. Particle traveling around this loop. Well, if you're using, but that is not Bohr's model. Bohr theorized that the electron is a wave. Based on de Broglie, Einstein, and Planck. Verified by spectral emissions of hydrogen. I wish I could just click a button. There's no. There used to be a keyboard key for the. Oh, there is. So control. Oh, there it is. Okay, emissions. Okay, so it's control. It's function control. Okay. So de Broglie. Do I have a correction for de Broglie? De Broglie, no, there is no correction. Okay, so de Broglie Einstein verified by spectral emissions of hydrogen or helium by spectral emissions. At this point, to say that it's a particle traveling around this loop is nothing but to contradict contradict everything we know. You are contradicting known physics. You're contradicting what we know to be true. I don't understand. Why would you say, you might as well say 1 + 1 = 3. You might as well say that the electron talks to God, talks to Jesus. I don't know what, you might as well say that the electron is a spirit of Jesus. I don't know what to say. We're trying to disprove Bohr's model. Bohr's model is that it's a wave. Okay, look, I don't know. I'm just making a note. Take it or leave it at this point. The particle model doesn't make any sense. Bohr got rid of the particle model. That is exactly what he did. That was exactly his accomplishment, to get rid of this nonsense.
An electron, or electrons traveling around the loop. The electrons travel in the opposite direction of the current. So my electron velocity is going to be going this way. So they travel in the opposite direction of the current. Electrons are negatively charged. The current is defined to be the flow of positive charge. And
that's why he was using the right-hand rule, because this is positive current. Okay, so you can use the left-hand rule for the electron. Very good.
A charged particle traveling around in a loop, in this case clockwise around this loop, it has some angular momentum, and the angular momentum will be given by the right-hand rule, which will be pointing downward. So that's the angular momentum of that electron traveling around the loop, pointing in the opposite direction of the magnetic moment.
Very good.
Let's suppose that instead of a current loop, I'm thinking about it instead as a hydrogen atom. So I have one electron orbiting around one proton. Just an electron orbiting a proton in a circular orbit of radius r. What's the expression for the magnetic moment in this case? Well, the current is the charge per time, right? And if I imagine this electron making one orbit, the charge is the charge of one electron. The time that it takes to go around there is the period, which is 2 pi r over v. This here, the denominator here is the period. And so what is the magnetic moment then? The magnetic moment is the current times the area. So E divided by times V divided by 2 pi r. And then the area of the loop, of course, is going to be circulars of pi r squared. And there's some cancellation here. And I get EVR over 2. This is the magnetic moment, the magnitude of the magnetic moment of this electron traveling around this circular loop. Just to be clear, the velocity of the electron is V, and the radius of this loop is r. Now, what is the angular momentum of the electron? Remember, L is...
And V that's part of the configuration of an atom. So it depends on the energy. It's not an arbitrary number. You cannot accelerate or decelerate an electron wave to any number you want. It's quantized. And if you increase the energy and maybe raise the velocity, you can raise the shell, the electron's shell, or orbital or orbit. And then you can have a different velocity. But for every configuration, the velocity is a given, it's a constant, some number. That's part of the configuration of this whatever specific atom you're discussing.
R cross P. So the magnitude of the angular momentum is just going to be RmV, because the velocity and the radial vector are perpendicular to each other, so I don't have to worry about the sign of any angle here. So comparing these two now, mu and L, I've got an R times V here, and we find that mu, R times V is L over M, so I'm going to have L divided by 2M times E. This is just
Why should we care? RmV, L is RmV. So we have RV. If you put M at the bottom, then instead of VR with the M, instead of VR, we can say L. So EL over 2M, okay?
an equation for the magnitudes, but you can see that they're in opposite directions, so if I want the expression...
Yeah, but L, you're losing the sense that L is quantized because V is quantized, because the energy, because this shell, that's a configuration. It's a physical configuration. It has to do with the wavelength and the energy, therefore the velocity. This is a physical configuration. If you don't have physical configurations, you don't have a hydrogen atom. You have some arbitrary, that's not this universe. This universe has very specific configurations, physical configurations. For some reason, maybe you can derive everything from some first principles, but there are configurations. So you have to assume that there are configurations. You can't, because now what you're going to say is, well, L could be any value, and now you're going to be surprised that L is only quantized values. Oh, the magnetic moment, right? This is the magnetic moment is quantized. Ah, Jesus help us.
Including the direction, I would put minus E over 2M times L. So taking the classical picture of a hydrogen atom as an electron orbiting around the proton, it has a magnetic moment proportional to its angular momentum. Finally, let's combine these things. So you have
proportional, as if you can nilly-willy change the angular momentum to any number you want.
Increasing magnetic field, which is getting weaker the further you go up in Z. This object is going to feel a force, and the force is some constant times mu Z times K hat. Let's combine these things together. So the force, if I took this atom and put it in an inhomogeneous magnetic field with the magnetic field getting weaker as I go further in Z, the force would be equal to minus constant alpha times the Z component of the magnetic moment. But the magnetic moment is proportional to angular momentum. And the minuses cancel out here. I just get some constant. It's not really important what that constant is, times LZ in the K hat directions. So what we showed is that if you take atom...
Let's see. So F is equal to, so we derived F is equal to this. So mu Z is just mu, I guess, negative E over 2mL, negative E over 2mL times K. That's fine. Everything is fine, and alpha is fine. So F is equal to some constant. So E and 2m come out. Now he's going to be so confused. F is linearly related to L. So it should be, oh, how could it be quantized?
Something with a magnetic moment. You put it in a magnetic field, which gets weaker as you go upward in Z, that the atom will experience a force upward proportional to the Z component of its angular momentum.
But L is pointing down, so the force is down in this example. How do you flip it? if you flip it, it's going to want to flip up.
And if the z component of its angular momentum is positive, the force will be upward. If the z component of its angular momentum is downward, the force will be downward. So this is a cartoon of the Stern-Gerlach apparatus. I have some permanent magnets with the North Pole touching close to the South Pole, but you notice the lower magnet is pointed, so that the magnetic field near the North Pole
Wasn't it the opposite?
is stronger than the magnetic field near the South Pole. This magnetic field gets weaker as I go up.
So it okay. It gets weaker as you go up. So fine.
Upward like this. So if this direction here is the z direction,
There's less lines. The flux goes down. Less lines per area as you go up.
so we have exactly the same situation I discussed, where the magnetic field gets weaker as I go upward in z. So my Stern-Gerlach experiment, the idea is to take some particle or some atom and shoot it through this inhomogeneous magnetic field. So what will happen is, depending on the z component of its angular momentum, it will get deflected. If the z component of its angular momentum is upward, this particle will get deflected upward, and if the z component of its angular momentum is downward, it'll get deflected downward. So this device, the Stern-Gerlach experiment, is an ingenious way of a way of measuring the z.
But why would it not always align? I mean, it has a magnetic. It's a tiny magnetic bar. Shouldn't it always align with the magnet? I don't get it. Okay, 1349. 1349. What did he say? Let's just repeat those.
So this device, the Stern-Gerlach experiment, is an ingenious way of a way of measuring the z component of the angular momentum. I'm measuring the component of the angular momentum along the direction of the magnetic field. The z, this inhomogeneous magnetic field. So what will happen is, depending on the z component of its angular momentum, it will get deflected. If the z component of its angular momentum is upward, this particle will get deflected upward, and if the z component of its angular momentum is downward, it'll get deflected downward.
So we saw how it gets deflected. I don't know. I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand how a tiny bar, well, it's assuming it's a tiny bar magnet. I don't understand. Assuming the silver atom is basically a tiny bar magnet. How does the silver atom ever, well, it should always, so this silver atom should always align with the magnetic field. This silver atom should always align with the magnetic field. I don't understand. Assuming the silver atom is basically a tiny bar magnet, the silver atom should always align with the magnetic field. It should always go, I don't know, up or down. All silver atoms should go, I don't know, either up or down. I mean, they should all go, if they're all aligned north-south, we said it's stronger. The magnetic field is stronger. So if it's north, first of all, it's always going to align. As soon as it aligns like this, or opposite of this, this is stronger. Wait, no, south. Yeah, it's going to always get pulled down. It's always going to align and then get pulled down. I don't get it. All silver atoms should get pulled downwards. No question. I don't understand. It wasn't made clear.
So this device, the Stern-Gerlach experiment, is an ingenious way of a way of measuring the z component of the angular momentum. I'm measuring the component of the angular momentum along the direction of the magnetic field. And again, this particle will either get deflected upward or get deflected downward, depending on the z component of its angular momentum. Or if it has no angular momentum, it would just go straight through and wouldn't be deflected. So depending on the results of what this particle does, I can tell you about the z component of its angular momentum. We'll stop here, and then we will talk in class about the results of this experiment when you put, say, a hydrogen atom through this, or what if I put a single electron through this? What do I get? Thanks all for your attention. Hope you found this useful. See you all in class.
Wow.
Real lecture of our quantum mechanics class. I'm going to start where a lot of textbooks start. So I'm going to tell you about an experiment that helped us to understand why the quantum
Experiment. Stern-Gerlach.
If you're anything like me, your intuitive notions about magnetism are partly right and partly wrong, despite your experience with permanent magnets, soft iron, Canadian nickels, compasses. Probably never occurred to you that in the 3 atomic state, roughly half of the atoms in the periodic table are as magnetic as iron. These atoms are small permanent magnets, as strong magnetically, weight considered, as a piece of alnico. Using this, these atoms are small as iron, Canadian nickels, compasses. Probably never occurred to you that in the 3 atomic state, roughly half of the atoms in the periodic table are as magnetic as iron. These atoms are small permanent magnets, as strong magnetically, weight considered, as a piece of alnico. Using this apparatus, we'll demonstrate the magnetism of individual atoms, deflecting them with magnetic forces. But more than that, you'll see, perhaps you already know, that magnetic...
Like today, no one shows experiments. Like in the old days, they used to show experiments. Really, it's fascinating how that changed.
Atoms can't just have any orientation in the magnetic field, an effect that can only be explained by quantum theory. An experiment similar to the one you see here was first done in 1922 by Professor Otto Stern and Walter Gerlach. Their experiment was with atoms of silver. We use atoms of cesium instead, even though cesium metal in its condensed state, and here's an ampule of it, is just as lifeless magnetically as most things. But before we get on to atomic cesium, let's get straight to the basic question of the magnetic forces involved. What do magnetic dipoles do in magnetic fields? A compass is just a magnetic dipole that points north. So, to be sure, it always ends up that way, but if it isn't that way initially, it oscillates about the field direction for a while before friction brings it to rest. If atoms behave just like compass needles, then isolated atoms in vacuum, free of all friction, would oscillate about the field direction forever. In our experiment, we're not concerned with the oscillations, but with the net force on a magnetic dipole. Now, there are two orientations of special interest that we'll look at. We call them parallel or anti-parallel to the field. Here's a pair of Helmholtz coils with some iron filings. With current in both coils, we get a uniform field, smack in the center. When we put a magnet in the center, it oscillates about the field, but there's no net deflection in any direction. See? Now let's switch it off, on, off, on, off, on. So now we carefully set the magnet anti-parallel to the field in the direction unstable against rotation. This is the unnatural position. Our intuitions are sort of against it. To be sure, if it gets off its unstable equilibrium the least bit, it'll swing around. So I have to get it just right. It still doesn't tend to translate in the field. Off, on, off. In a uniform field, there's no net force on the magnet. Now let's see what happens in a non-uniform field. We'll put current in only one coil. You can see here the field is non-uniform. It's strongest where the field lines are crowded together.
Mm-hmm.
We put the magnet back in the stable position, and it tends to move toward the coil with the current in it. Off, on. It moves into strong magnetic field.
Mm-hmm.
Off, on.
Mm-hmm. So
Off.
good. Has
Now put the magnet back into the unstable position. It's a non-uniform field, of course. Anti-parallel. It's not so easy.
what do you
Just
mean?
there. On. There it goes. It moves into weak field. See? Off. On.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Off.
Okay, now we proved it. Fine.
In a
Now-
non-uniform field, then, there is a net force on the magnet, which depends upon the way it is oriented. Now, how big is this force? You know how to calculate it. Thinking of the small magnet as having equal but opposite poles at its ends. Then the net force is just the pole strength times the difference of field at the ends. But if the magnet lies along the field direction, parallel or anti-parallel, the difference of field is just the field gradient times the length of the magnet. Calling the field direction z, we can say that the force, F, is equal to the dipole moment mu times the magnetic field gradient, dB by dc. To get a strong non-uniform field, we can use an electromagnet with special soft iron pole pieces with a cross-section like these. This powder pattern shows the kind of field you should get. Here is the iron, and here is the space between. It's strongest, the field is strongest, near the convex pole piece. If a small bar magnet is placed in the parallel orientation, it feels a strong net force pulling it toward.
So I'm assuming this is south. So the south is attracted to the north. So it moves up.
The region of stronger field. It tends to fall into strong field.
This is the north. It's going to move away from the north.
Whereas in the anti-parallel case, there's a repulsion on the side where the force is largest. So it tends to move in a weak field. And so if atoms with magnetic dipole moments enter a...
Why does it not flip? This is north to north. Why is it not flipping? Why is it stable? Right? If it's being pushed because it's being attracted, how? It's not being attracted. South to south doesn't attract. It's being repelled by the south. So why does it not flip? Why is it stable? This is south, so it's stable. It's getting pulled. This makes sense. But why isn't this flipping? I don't get it.
a non-uniform field like this, they'll be pushed one way or the other according to their orientation. Now, in the experiment itself, we can't just place atoms between the poles of a magnet and measure the forces on them. Instead, we send a stream of atoms between the poles in a direction perpendicular to the field, like this, and observe their transverse deflections. Here's a schematic of the apparatus. Atoms emerge through a narrow slit in a small
So you want to do right and left because you don't want gravity to impact. Okay.
container, which we call an oven. A fraction of them get through a narrow collimating slit. As they pass through the magnet, their directions of motion are slightly changed by the magnetic forces. And at the other end of the apparatus, there's a small detector, which can be moved transversely to explore the
This
deflections
is left and right. This is not up and down. It always looks like up and down. It's left and right. Okay.
caused by the magnet. We also have a shutter in front of the oven that can block the whole beam before it enters the magnet. And between the magnet and the detector, we have an adjustable shutter. Of course, the apparatus must be in a good vacuum so that atoms can travel from source to detector with negligible risk of collision. Now let's look at the parts of the apparatus.
Everything else makes sense except for why is it stable?
These two round metal containers make up the oven.
My question is why, I mean, show me the mechanics why it's stable. That's why I'm curious. But you know, it doesn't really matter because this is the stability of the magnet has to do with classical physics. That no one disagrees about, so that's fine. Maybe I'll ask these guys why is it stable? Hello? Where are we? Hello?
Is that what I'm getting?
I think so.
Hey,
Yeah.
can someone I have a question about magnets. Does anyone here understand simple classical magnetic theory?
They're all down in the other VC, and they can definitely answer your questions perfectly.
There's very few people and no one responded.
Well, they're thinking about it, so just
Demo will address it.
just go wait, and they'll respond eventually. You might have to ask it again in a little while, but I'm sure they're thinking real hard on it.
Why would you behave?
Make sure, because we don't understand what you asked us about magnetic theory, and go to the other VC and specifically address demo.
Yeah, you can just you don't have to, you know, behave.
No, you asked us a question. You said, does anybody understand it? The answer is no.
It's fine.
The people who understand it are in the other VC.
We're having a conversation right now. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right, go ahead. I think Daza, I don't know if you were.
Hey, is anyone here?
Yeah.
Do you know magnetic theory?
I don't think anybody does.
Okay. Yeah, no one understands magnetism. Nobody in the universe understands magnetism ever. No one ever understood it. It cannot be understood. All right, let's see. I just want this. I just need to see the vector analysis, the free body diagram analysis. Why it's 50% stable.
We put cesium ampule into the back one. We break it there after it's in a vacuum because cesium is so active chemically, much more active than its near brother sodium, with which you're more familiar. We warm the oven. You can see the heating coils to vaporize the cesium, which fills both containers. Some of the cesium atoms escape through this 10th millimeter slit. Directly in front of the oven slit is this shutter, which can be moved from the outside of the apparatus by hand with a small bar magnet.
Everything else is understood. Stern-Gerlach, let's see.
Additionally, I'll include some exercises for you to attempt. I strongly recommend. Welcome to Quantum Mechanics for the Working Professional. This is a course meant to take folks with a mild technical background through the rudiments of quantum mechanics and quantum computing. I'm Sean. I'm your guide through this material. In our first section, we're going to be covering the main ideas behind a quantum state and quantum mechanics through the lens of the Stern-Gerlach experiment. Specifically, we'll look at what the spin of a particle is, how that spin is related to its magnetic dipole moment. We'll learn how to model the spin of a quantum particle as a two-state or two-level system. And finally, we'll learn how to interpret a quantum state as a probability distribution. As always, this lecture will have an associated write-up that I'll post online and drop the link in the show notes. There you'll find recommendations for further reading as well as a little bit more material. Additionally, I'll include some exercises for you to attempt. I strongly recommend that you do as a way to kind of assess just how well you've absorbed the material we've gone over today. If you haven't registered for the class yet, I strongly recommend that you do. It's free, especially if you need some kind of accountability mechanism to help push you through this material. We can offer that to you, as well as giving you extra tips and tricks and background information for some of the material that we're covering today and in the future, as well as letting you know when future lectures drop. So without further ado, let's get started. Particles are things like electrons, protons, or even atoms, and particles spin. It's hard to think of something infinitesimally small spinning, but if you like, the analogy of a baseball, say, spinning, serves.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. These people are experts at confusing themselves. Let's not understand Bohr's model and let's confuse ourselves and be confused. And let's call that quantum weirdness. Yay! What is going on? What is going on? Why are people so dumb? Why are smart people so dumb? Bohr gave you the model. It's not a particle. Stop saying. Stop talking about baseballs. Oh my God.
Pretty well for most of our purposes today. There is a bunch of nuance when it comes to how that analogy falls apart, and we'll get to that eventually. But suffice it to say for now, we have a tiny little thing, and it's spinning along an axis.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? That has nothing to do with Bohr's model, which is confirmed, and it's simple. Why are you trying to confuse yourself?
And that axis points out a direction. That's the orientation.
But you know it's a wave. You know it's a wave. Oh my God.
If you like, of the particle's spin. Some particles, like neutrons and atoms and electrons, have also a magnetic field associated to that spin. And what I mean by associated to that spin is that it's aligned with the axis of the spin. It's a dipole field, just like the magnetic field of the Earth, in the sense that there's a south pole and a north pole, and the orientation of that magnetic field points from south to north. And like we said, the analogy of a particle's spin to a baseball's spin does break down eventually. One thing that doesn't break down is the fact that the magnetic dipole moment of these particles, that magnetic field, is always aligned or anti-aligned with its spin. Magnetic fields have a tendency to push on one another. If you've ever used a compass to navigate on Earth, you're probably aware of that fact that the tiny little magnet inside the compass is influenced by the massive, albeit pretty weak magnetic field generated by the Earth. If we were to put a bunch of magnetic dipole moments associated to individual particles into a room with a really big magnetic field, all of their spins, all of their magnetic dipole moments would align with that magnetic field. And scientists use this fact all the time to control the orientation of the spins of different particles. So suffice it to say, if you have a really big magnet, you can influence the orientation of individual atoms based on their magnetic dipole moment. Otto Stern and Walter Gerlach used this fact to measure the actual spin orientations of individual atoms, silver atoms, by exposing them to a really big magnetic field. But the outcome of their experiment was a little mysterious. And indeed, it brings us right to the doorstep of quantum theory.
To be fair, they knew what they were looking for, but it was an astonishing result in any case.
So let's describe it in detail.
Oh my god. And this guy makes a living. He is a professor. Quantum computing? The quantum computing! The quantum computing! Give me trillions of dollars to quantum computing because I don't understand anything. Because I confuse the universe with nonsense. It's so simple. Bohr explained it so simply. But I don't want to understand because I'm correct. I don't know why. Why don't you want to understand something so simple? Oh my god. Oh my god.
To get a beam of silver atoms, the first thing you do is take a chunk of silver, put it in a metal box, heat that box up like an oven so that the individual atoms sublimate off of the lump, forming a gas. You can.
What do you mean? What do you mean fire? What do you mean fire? Why are you using the board? It's all made out of quantum particles, which are weird, which are unexplained. This universe is under no obligation to make sense to you, right? Everything exists all at once. Everything. The cat is both dead and alive, and it's not a contradiction. Everything all at once. The cat. I'm here. I'm there. I'm everywhere simultaneously. An effect precedes cause. How can you live your life? I don't understand. How do these people not trip over their pants when they put the pants on in the morning? I mean, these people are complete Looney Tunes.
You can then poke a pinhole in the side of that box, causing the silver atoms to spray out like a nozzle. You can then put.
How can you know this? I mean, these are weird particles, wave particle duality. How can you talk with such absolute knowledge? It's like you actually know how they behave, but everything should be both a particle and a wave, and here and there and everywhere all at once until you measure it. How do you rely on this universe, according to you, is such a bizarre place? It's under no obligation to make sense. But you're talking about it as if it's supposed to make sense. So make up your mind.
A screen with another pinhole next to that hole, creating a collimated beam of individual silver atoms. Coming out of the oven, the individual beam of silver atoms have spins pointing in any which direction.
How can you talk about silver atoms? Silver atoms are quantum objects. They're weird. They're so weird. They do this and that and everything. They're both here and there and they're not here and there. How can you talk about that? I don't understand. According to you, this universe makes no sense. How could you be making sense of a universe that is under no obligation to make sense? I don't know.
Direction. Essentially, inside of the box, they were randomly distributed anyway. But generically speaking, the beam of atoms is coming out in a uniform collimated direction, but their spins are pointing in any random direction relative to that beam. In other words, they are a totally unoriented group of atoms, which means that they have a totally unoriented set of magnetic moments. Stern and Gerlach created such a beam of silver atoms and directed it at a large magnet that they designed, specifically to deflect these silver atoms based on their magnetic moment.
That's not how you draw the magnet. You have to draw like one side square and one side triangle. You have to show that it's non-uniform. Why are you confusing us?
Beam of atoms went directly through the magnetic field and were deflected, eventually landing on a screen where they left a mark, essentially measuring their position, which measures their deflection from the beam, which measures how much they were affected by the magnetic field. This, in turn, effectively measured the orientation of their spin as the atoms entered the magnetic field. If a silver atom approached the magnet with a spin pointed up, it would be kicked further upward, sending it off at an angle above.
It's not up. Now I know why I'm so confused about the up. No, there is no up. It's right and left. If it's up, then there's gravity. It's left and right.
The beam. If the silver atom approached the magnet with a spin pointed down, it would get kicked further downward, sending it off at an angle below the beam line. You might expect a third scenario where the silver atom's magnetic field, P, was pointed sideways, orthogonal to either of the previous choices, perhaps parallel to the beam line. Classical electrodynamics predicts that such an atom would be undeflected and continue on to hit the screen as if the big magnet weren't even present. The force, in other words, imparted by the magnet, was proportional to the angle between the spin of the individual particle and the beam line. By extension, then, all possible intermediate cases would fill in all other possibilities. The distribution of silver atoms was essentially uniform, after all, so that the beam would have fanned out. In other words, from this perspective, the silver atoms would form a vertical line on the screen.
It's a horizontal line.
Vertical line was not what Stern and Gerlach observed. Instead, what they found was that the beam of silver atoms split in two. The observational screen, in other words, had only two distinct clusters of silver atoms, one above and one below the beam line. And that is precisely where the analogy between the silver atom and the baseball spinning breaks down. Welcome to quantum mechanics. This observation's a little weird, so it's worth going over it again. The Stern-Gerlach experiment attempted to measure the orientation of the silver atom's spin. Because they came out of an oven, we expected them to be spinning in all kinds of different directions, and therefore
All you need to know is that he has long hair. That should be a giveaway that he's he's very impressed by himself. He's very impressed by himself. That's my intuition. If you're a guy with this hair, you're very impressed by yourself. And he wears a shirt saying physicist. Very impressed by himself. Absolutely impressed.
there should be all different types of deflections through the magnetic field, from a little bit up to a lot up, and a little bit down to a lot down. But that's not what was observed. There's only two types of deflections observed: up and down. One way to think about this is in terms of information, data. Silver atoms, like other quantum particles, protons and electrons, can only hold so much information about how they're spinning. In fact, they can only hold one bit of information. That is to say, they can tell you up or down. So
I can't believe this is the emperor's new clothes. I mean, this is insanity. This is insanity. This is insanity. This is insanity. Something so simple made literally senseless by these geniuses. Wow. I'm impressed. I am, honest to goodness, impressed. That's impressive. 25 comments. Look, I'm impressed. What can I tell you? I'm impressed. 829. At this point, I am impressed. I am impressed. Bravo. You took something so simple and made it completely impossible to understand. Bravo. If you ever want a completely mechanical or classical explanation to the Stern-Gerlach experiment, please get in touch with me or watch my videos. He's going to remove this comment. I'm impressed. Bravo. You took something so simple and made it completely impossible to understand. Bravo. If you ever want to completely if you ever want a completely classical explanation to the Stern-Gerlach experiment, please get in touch with me or watch my videos. Just unbelievable. And this is quantum computing. This is quantum computing. That's it. This is quantum computing. Let me ask. Do you agree with this? I don't know, teacher, this doctor, this professor, with this guy? I don't know. Oh, he already commented? Do you agree with this guy? Please. Tell me you do. Tell me you agree. No, I'm not gonna say. You tell me if you agree or don't agree. Like, I don't know. I'd have to look at it. Ay, 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 ay. Ah. This is why quantum computing is absolute nonsense. Let's debate this ASAP, as soon as possible, please. Even though he's going to kick me out of his server, I'm not going to last on his server. Absolutely impossible.
If you ever ask a silver atom, hey, which way are you spinning? The only answer it can possibly give based on the storage that it has is either up or down. H bar over 2 minus H bar over 2. And hopefully from this perspective, the difference between a quantum particle and something classical like a baseball becomes clear.
I'm speechless. 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 How could you take something so simple, so mechanical, so classic, and convert it into, I don't know, into what? Complete nonsense. How? You have to be. Oh, let's see what he says. Okay. This is so funny. Like, Doctor, I don't remember the guy from Terminator 1, the doctor. He said, I can make a career out of this guy. Out of Kyle Reese. I can make a career out of this guy. He has an answer for everything. Like, these people, they live in virtual reality. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable.
A baseball is made up of an immense number of atoms. Each one of those atoms can store more and more information about how the baseball is spinning. So of course we can think about it as spinning 20 rotations per second, 50 rotations per second, 2 rotations per second in various directions. It has more capacity, more storage for that information. A lot of the weirdness associated with quantum mechanics, a lot of the peculiarities that we will meet are associated to the fact that the universe simply doesn't have the information to answer the questions that you're looking to ask. Because two levels.
My God, I can make a career out of you. I can make a career out of you. And the rest of the physics community, the science communicator. Let's see what he says. 6 p.m. U.S. Mountain. We can chat one-on-one. Okay. 6 p.m. U.S. Mountain. Oh my God. What does that mean? What is 6 p.m.? I hope I'll be available. It's very likely that I will be. Let's tell Siri to set up an appointment for 6 p.m. U.S. Mountain tomorrow. He said tomorrow? Okay, let me talk to Siri 1 second. Okay. Wait, did it get it? Oh, did it get it? 1 second. No, it didn't get it. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. No! She says, okay, 6 p.m. The name of the meeting is U.S. Mountain. Okay, let me tell her again. This is hopeless. How do you schedule? How do you tell Siri about a time zone? No, it's not able, Siri's not able to understand anything. She's not able to understand it. How do you tell Siri to set up an appointment according to a time zone? Like, I can tell her 6 p.m. US Mountain. I don't know what to tell her. Let's try it again. Please set up an appointment 6 p.m. US Mountain named one-on-one. No, she's always going for my 6 p.m. instead of 6 p.m. Maybe I should just say 6 p.m. Mountain. Set up a 6 p.m. Mountain meeting. She's naming the meeting Mountain Meeting. How do you schedule a 6 p.m. Mountain? I don't know. Let's ask, let's ask Siri. How do I schedule a 6 p.m. US Mountain meeting? So maybe Siri doesn't support different time zones. Let's try Eastern Standard Time. Set up a 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time meeting. One-on-one. One-on-one. Okay. So when you say Eastern Standard Time, it sets it up correctly. What's another name for US Mountain? What's another name for US Mountain? What's another name for US Mountain time zone? So it's Mountain Standard Time. Okay. Please set up a 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time meeting called One-on-One with Mord Wand. No. Please create a meeting 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Meeting. Nope. It's hopeless. It's not able to understand Mountain Standard Time. I don't know, like, let's try to add manually. So 6 p.m. Oh, time zone. Mountain. Mountain view? Mountain stand. MST. Maybe MST? MST. No, it doesn't understand MST. Oh. There must be another name. Let's Google this. This is hopeless. I have to figure this out. How do I tell Siri to schedule an appointment according to just MST? Schedule an appointment with Siri according to MST. To schedule an appointment with Siri according to MST, follow. Activate Siri, press and hold. Hey Siri. Provide appointment details. Use natural language. Just tell her MST. So schedule a meeting with John on March 12th at 2 p.m. MST. Okay, let's try this. Okay, let's try it. Schedule a meeting with John on March 12th at 2 p.m. MST. Meeting with John. No, it sets it up for my 2 p.m. That's useless. At 2 p.m. The time zone is local. It's not mountain. I don't know what to do. And there's no MST. There's just, I don't know what to do with this. What is MST? Weird. I don't know. Wait, I have Google. Let's try Googling this. Specify time zone. Siri understands time zones and will automatically convert your input. Since you are using MST, Siri will schedule. Confirm. Whatever. Oh my god, such nonsense. Here's for schedule meeting. Let's try Google. Google schedule. Let's try this one. Allow full access. Continue. What is going on? What's going on here? What's going on? What is that? How do you want to share contacts? Select. I want none. I don't want to share. Why would I want to share contacts? What is going on here? Get out of. Selecting contacts lets you pick the ones. Okay, whatever. Full access. Okay, so let's try this. Plus event. Oh, what? Okay, forget it. Let's go back to Siri. So just time zone. Why is there no mountain? There's no mountain. There's mountain view. There's no MST. What about USA? There's no USA. I don't know. Why can't I tell Siri MST? This is terrible. But I could tell EST, right? Yeah. No, EST, no. Okay. Eastern. Oh, there's no Eastern Standard Time either. So there's no time zones. You have to tell me where you live. You have to tell me where you live. Siri. Oh, shut up. Wants to know what state, where you live, so that she figures out your time zone. Oh, I don't want to ask him, but I have no choice. I don't know. What is U.S. Mountain? I don't know. Okay. Oh, what is U.S. Mountain? What is U.S. Mountain? Like, like what city is in U.S. Mountain time zone? Oh, Phoenix, Arizona, based on provided the largest city U.S. Mountain time zone, Phoenix, Arizona. All right, Phoenix, Arizona. Let's try it. Let's try it. Please set up an appointment for tomorrow, 6 p.m. at Phoenix, Arizona time zone. Debate with Mord Wand. Where the heck is it? Where are you? What day is today? Oh, this is March. Okay. What day is today? What year is today? Okay, there we are. Okay, so nothing has been set up. I don't see anything for tomorrow, nor the day after. I don't see anything. Nothing. Let's try this again. Please set up an appointment for tomorrow, 6 p.m. at, according to Phoenix, Arizona time zone, named Debate. Thank you. Finally. But this looks like it's... So it's going to end up being Wednesday? What day is today? What day is today? It's Leela's birthday. Yeah, I guess it's Wednesday. Okay. What day is today? All right. We need to add alerts. At least 2 hours before. What day is today? All right. Schmeenix in Schmeenix, Arizona. Arid Zona. All right. We're good to go. Okay. So let's maybe laugh a little bit more. My mind is blown. My mind is blown. But you can tell that this guy is completely detached from reality because he's I don't think he's ever seen even videos of the Stern-Gerlach experiment. This guy is like complete theory land, complete detached land, long hair. That's it. Long hair, physicist t-shirt. Physicist, period. Why do you have a period there? Like, why would you have a period? Like a physicist, period. With a bar on the end. It's the H bar. Oh, the H bar. Ooh, the H bar. Genius. Yeah, genius. Oh, you're a genius. You have to be a genius. Only a genius can understand what the heck this guy's talking about. Sticks development, that's interesting.
These types of crimes, but so like if something gets stolen, right? They call and that's it. If he's found guilty, right? If he's found not guilty, then obviously but like what can you do? Is the internet. You get to see a lot of shit, you know. So I think like the reason they do it is that it stupefies the other woman, right? Like she's like, what the fuck is going on? And like she doesn't even have time to react. So maybe that's why they use the weapon. Because it's not really effective. Like, I can't imagine it hurts. Like it probably hurts the child more. By the way, do not use children as improvised weapons. But it is some kung fu stuff. No, it's not kung fu stuff. Like kung fu at least has some grace to it. There was no abuse. Is not something that only men do. It usually goes nice. It's not good. But it's not as bad as it could be, right? Because like this is what people thought. It's like they put the schedule out of whack. Like I get a couple of hours here and there, and I did that time awake. So you know, doing the stream, getting a little bit of activity going, it's keeping me awake. So throwing a phone is different. Oh my goodness, people are already starting. Right, throwing a phone is different than punching someone in the face. It's assault, but to a lesser degree. Yeah. So basically, this is what it seems that has happened. Right, this is what has transpired with Sticks. He may have thrown a phone at the lady, which is not nice. It's not good. But it's not as bad as it could be, right? Because like this is what people thought. It's like, did he put hands on her? Did he throw her down the stairs? It's like, yeah, no, he didn't. He did throw a phone though, which yeah, I mean, not a good look. But the question is, are people going to judge? Right?
How hard did he throw the phone? Was it like, did he endanger her? Was it fast enough to, you know, to cause harm?
This is something that I've been asked. It's like, what do you think will happen? I don't know why people ask me this. Do you know how wise I feel when I have people coming up into my DMs? It's like, what do you think will happen? It's like, I'm an expert. I'm a fact checker hired by the Biden administration, right? What kind of phone? Well, clearly not a Nokia. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was a Nokia. I mean, it did do some damage, right? And you need to see if it broke or not. Like, if the phone didn't break, maybe it was a Nokia. But that thing is like the habit of Thor. So, I mean, if it was a Nokia, that's attempted murder, right? So anyway,
okay, whatever.
Additionally, I'll include some exercises for you to attempt. I strongly recommend that you do as a way to kind of assess just how well you've absorbed the material we've gone over today. If you haven't registered for the class yet, I strongly recommend that you do. Associated to the fact that the universe simply doesn't have the information to answer the questions that you're looking to ask. Because two-level systems like the spin of a silver atom or
they actually believe it. They actually believe it. I mean, these people are loony. These are loonies.
Electron or proton only can tell you things like up or down, yes or no, true or false. They behave kind of like a bit from information theory, right? A Boolean variable. But because they obey the laws of quantum mechanics, which we will get to shortly, we call them quantum bits or qubits for short. A two-level system is any physical system with only two possible observable outcomes. The spin of the silver atom is one such example. The spin of many other particles are also two-level systems.
So they built entire physical and mathematical constructs on this lack of understanding. They just didn't. They just don't understand. So instead of trying to figure it out, they're just building entire constructs on a lack of understanding. What could go wrong?
Systems like protons, neutrons, and electrons. And as such, we will use the language of spin to talk about such systems more generally. We denote the two mutually exclusive, physically observable states of a two-level system as up and down. Here, we are using the...
Unbelievable. So this is why Dirac invented this nonsense notation? Because of misunderstanding? Because people can't understand, can't figure out what's going on, so they invent entire mathematical notations? Like placeholders? Like, as long as we don't understand, let's go down the rabbit hole. Let's build on top of not understanding. What could go wrong?
The physicist's bracket notation to distinguish from kind of a more familiar vector notation that might, say, be used to characterize some value in a physical three-dimensional space.
Like any other vector, we could alternatively write it in a column vector format. So up is given by 1 and 0, and down is given by 0 and 1. These are meant to form an orthonormal basis for our abstract two-dimensional vector space. As we often do with column vectors, we have the associated dual or row vectors, up and down, given by 1 and 0, 0 and 1, respectively. And these are specifically designed so we can take the inner or dot product between vectors. We can construct, in other words, the bracket. And it's not hard to see that up with up is given by 1 plus 0 is equal to 1. Similarly, down with down is also equal to 1. But up with down, just like...
This is such a joke. And this is, instead of understanding, you know, thinking about the electron, trying to imagine the electron, trying to imagine physics, trying to visualize, immerse yourself, you know, become the electron, be in your mind, be next to the electron, visualize it. Instead of that, nonsense, 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 nothing to do with physics, nothing to do with reality, nothing to do with it. Waste of time. Just let's waste our time. Entire departments, budgets, research, endless money, brain power, endless. Just because they didn't sit down and think about the original problem. He never watched the original video. Or maybe he did a long time ago. He never sat down. Let's think. Let's talk it out. Let's talk out the actual physics. What could it be? Let's talk it out. Is it a baseball? Is it a baseball cap? Is it a ring? Is it a shell? Is it a wave? Is it a particle? You know, you know that it's a wave, right? You've done many experiments that confirmed it's a wave. So why not go with the wave? Try and see where that leads you. You'll find out everything works out. You don't need this nonsense. You don't need this. You don't need any of this. Wow. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. I am flabbergasted. Flabbergasted. Thoroughly flabbergasted. I cannot believe it. What a joke. What a joke. This, I mean, talk about doomed. I mean, this is the Emperor's New Clothes. Is it the Emperor's New Clothes? This is maybe worse than the Emperor's New Clothes. I mean, these people, they're just lazy. I mean, the Emperor's New Clothes, I don't think anyone was lazy. Everyone was pretending. It was all pretend. Except for the king, who was lazy. I mean, maybe a few were lazy. I don't know. It was mostly fear. Maybe even the king was afraid. Everybody was afraid. I think that maybe this is what's driving it. Everyone is afraid. Everyone is terrified to say that this is nonsense. But the ones, you know, the ones that say it's nonsense and produce actual theories, physical theories, they call us conspiracy theorists. How dare you claim you understand something that all these geniuses don't understand? How dare you? Climate change is real. Schmovid is real. Everything is real. The asteroid? No, don't worry about the asteroid. No. It's only 1 in a trillion chance. Why should you care? Climate change. The climate is changing. The computers are quantum. The qubits. Let's build quantum computers. Oh, the cat is both dead and alive. Yep. Fantastic.
Down with up is equal to 0. They're orthogonal vectors, which you should verify explicitly as an exercise. A generic physical state, say psi.
No experimentation. I mean, they do experiments. I mean, they do experiments to confirm I don't know what.
is then a linear combination.
You need to sit and think. You're not going to get away. You need to sit and think. You have to study physics, not nonsense physics. You have to think about the quantum. You have to become quantum in your mind. And everything is so simple.
Of up and down states. Say psi equal to alpha up plus beta down. Here, alpha and beta are some constant numbers. This can alternatively be expressed as a column vector, alpha and beta.
What a joke.
Modeling a quantum system with a vector was not a choice that we made. It's just a reflection of how the universe works. That quantum...
No. I mean, at worst, you should say that's how we understand for now. Temporarily, we got to deal with not understanding and experiment. I guess, no, you don't know what the universe is like. What do you mean, what the universe is like? What the universe is like? How do you know? How do you know what the universe is like? Global? I don't know what this book. So he's not home. This is an office. I don't think this is home. These are books. This is his office, probably. And this is somebody else's seat over there. I don't think that's his home.
State vector, psi, the wave function, if you like, encodes a probability distribution for the set of possible observations or measurements that you can make on that state. For the case of the silver atoms in the Stern-Gerlach experiment, there are two possible observations for just a reflection of how the universe works. That quantum state vector, psi, the wave function, if you like, encodes a probability distribution.
The wave function? How is the wave function relevant in this discussion? Where is there a wave? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Distribution for the set of possible observations.
How are these people alive? How do they not trip over themselves when they poop their pants? How do they live? How do they not pick up a fork and stab themselves in the eyes? How do you do that? How do you become so confused? How do you mix up everything so much? And your shirt says physicist? Where is the physics? Where is the physics in this discussion? Where is the physics?
Or measurements that you can make on that state. For the case of the silver atoms in the Stern-Gerlach experiment, there are two possible observational outcomes, spin up and spin down. And we've parameterized that quantum state, that vector, with two constants, alpha and beta, to see how we can turn psi into a probability distribution or a probability mass function for you pendants. Let's take a look at the mathematics. The probability of observing a two-level system, a silver atom.
Mathematics. Mathematics. Show me the mathematics. The mathematics. The mathematics. 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 What about the physics? What about the physics? Is there any physics? Are we ever going to... So we're going to forget about physics? We're just going to have illustrations and animations and blackboards and whiteboards and that's it? And mathematics? No physics? We're not even going to discuss the physics? We're not going to discuss what the electron is? We're not going to try and give it a shot? What is the electron? We're not even going to try? What is it? You're not even going to try? Give it a shot. What can you lose?
If you like, in the up state is given by the inner product of up with psi, the state, mod squared, divided by the magnitude of that state. In terms of the components, some quick mathematics shows that's equal to the absolute value of alpha squared divided by the absolute value of alpha squared plus the absolute value of beta squared. It's not hard to see that the probability of observing the atom in the down state or down configuration is given by the absolute value, the mod square, if you like, of beta divided by alpha mod squared plus beta mod squared. So right away, you can see that there's only two possible outcomes, and that the sum of those two probabilities, that is to say the sum of probability up with the sum of probability down, is equal to 1. 100% of the possible outcomes. Notice the presence of the absolute value squared, the modulus squared, in the numerator of the probability distribution. That makes things slightly more complex than kind of a standard approach to random variables that you might be familiar with from class and statistics or probability. But it works in this case, as you've already seen, that the denominator is given by mod alpha squared plus mod beta squared. For the specific case of the Stern-Gerlach experiment, where the silver atoms are coming out of the oven in kind of any which direction, completely randomized, we say that the values of alpha and beta at least have same absolute values or same magnitudes, so that the probability of observing one silver atom in the up state is the same as the probability of observing one atom in the down state. That's to say, it's a 50-50 chance. This can be arranged, for example, by setting alpha equal to beta. So finally, as an exercise, let's consider stacking multiple observations of atoms against each other.
What a joke. So they invented entire departments I don't know what this is akin to. This is, I don't know. I mean, whenever in humanity did humans become so confused? Did the smartest humans manage to confuse themselves so much? What am I getting wrong? What did I forget to take my crazy pills? I think I forgot to take my crazy pills. I don't know where I live. I don't know where I live. Let's watch the. Did I forget to take my crazy pills? I gotta watch it. This is too surreal. This is too surreal. This is just from today. This is just from today. The Menendez brothers? Oh my god. Okay. I think I forgot to take my crazy pills. Doesn't auto-complete me? How long? This is in Zoolander? What? Oh, it's Will Ferrell? It's not in Zoolander, is it? 5 seconds?
Doesn't anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Oh, I think I'm taking crazy... Isn't it? I think I forgot to take my crazy pills? It is Zoolander?
Shut up! Enough already, Ballstein! Who cares about Derek Zoolander anyway? The man has only one look, for Christ's sake! Blue Steel? Ferrari? Latigra? They're the same face! Doesn't anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills! I invented the piano key necktie! I invented it! What have you done, Derek? Nothing! You've done nothing! Nothing! And I will be a monkey's uncle if I have you ruin this for me! Because if you can't get the job done, then I will! Die, you wage-hiking scum!
One look! One look! I don't think so! There it is. Magnum. Holy moly.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for!
Dear God. It's beautiful.
Oh my god. Genius. Genius! Okay. So that's basically how I feel.
Each other. So if you have n silver atoms, what's the likelihood or the probability of observing k of those n atoms in the spin up state, say?
How could you so everyone managed to confuse themselves to such a degree? It just basically became they just confused themselves exponentially. They just added more and more exponential confusion on top of confusion. It's never going to end. I don't think anyone can stop it. I don't think I can stop it. I mean, they make fun of me. They mock me. I give them the answer. They mock me. So, I don't know. This is really interesting.
Decides to prove that this is given by the so-called binomial distribution, so that in terms of alpha and beta, we have n choose k times this mess, this relation.
It's not like he's wrong. I mean, within not understanding, all it says here, I don't understand. So I can use math to predict based on my lack of understanding, and I'm getting the right answers. Yeah. Okay. Fine. I don't know what to tell you. That's just okay. Yeah. Well, what do you gain from this? Where's the gain? Like, this is physics. You forgot that we're just trying to understand and explain natural phenomenon. We're just trying to understand, trying to explain an experiment. There is a very simple explanation. Unless, am I missing something?
relational mess between absolute values of alpha and beta. Note that when you set alpha equal to beta, we get back the standard kind of binomial distribution that you would get, for example, when studying coin flips. For this, we need a perhaps slightly confusing bit of mathematics notation, at least for those of you who have not seen it before. The so-called binomial coefficients are given by the symbol n choose k, which looks kind of like a vector, unfortunately. But what it means really is that we have the factor n factorial divided by n minus k quantity factorial divided by k factorial, where k factorial is k times k minus 1 times k minus 2 times k minus 3 times k minus 4 all the way down to 1. So that, for example, 3 factorial is equal to 6. Note that 0 factorial for whatever reason is equal to 1. But anyway, I'm sure you've seen this before. A quick way to compute these coefficients is to consider the binomial x plus 1 quantity to the nth power, and then multiply that whole thing out and look at the coefficients in front of each of the terms in that polynomial.
Unbelievable. But what's the point? I mean, but I don't even understand the point. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
And assign the coefficient of x to the k, say, to that property, and choose k. A little bit of 19th century mathematical culture, if you like. Finally, I should say that there are exercises on the website that's associated to this lecture. You should definitely attempt the exercises. The exercises will be considered part of the course. So moving forward, we will assume, for example, in section 2, that you've done the exercises for section 1. I'll include some hints and tips for solutions to the exercises as we go along. But if you really want to see the solutions, you should really send me a copy of your attempts at them. Okay, cool. That about wraps up our first section. Next time, in section 2, we'll learn about physical observables and how they actually act as linear operators on the vectors that represent quantum states. See you then.
Oh my God. What a joke.
And something classical, like a baseball, becomes clear. A baseball is made up of an immense number of atoms. Each one of those atoms can store more and more information about how the baseball is spinning. So of course we can think about it as spinning 20 rotations per second, 50 rotations per second, 2 rotations per second in various directions. It has more magnet. You can influence the orientation of individual atoms based on their magnetic dipole moment. Otto Stern and Walter Gerlach used this fact to measure the actual spin orientations of individual atoms, silver atoms, by exposing them to a really big magnetic field. But the outcome of their experiment was a little mysterious. And indeed, it brings us right to the doorstep.
A little mysterious. A little? To be fair, they knew what they were looking for, but it was an astonishing result in any case. What was astonishing? So it was a little mysterious?
Atoms, silver atoms, by exposing them to a really big magnetic field. But the outcome of their experiment was a little mysterious. And indeed, it brings us right to the doorstep of quantum theory. So let's describe it in detail.
This is the doorstep of quantum theory? What? Quantum theory is just that there's electrons, there is, all these elementary particles. That's quantum theory. I mean, that's not the doorstep. Like, you have one anomaly. I mean, even if you're right and you don't have an explanation to an experiment, for an experiment, then it's an anomaly. You say to yourself, all right, I'll figure it out. It's like we don't know dark matter. Like, there's different things we don't know. So, you put a placeholder. Look, I don't understand this. I don't understand that. I just, we don't understand many things we do understand. I mean, you can study the actual science that is completely, thoroughly understood mechanically. There's plenty of that. But there's some anomalies. Okay, I didn't figure out this anomaly, that anomaly. Oh, okay. But to say that this is the doorstep of quantum mechanics, not understanding an experiment, that's the doorstep? Why? Why would you say that? We understand so much. Besides, okay, let's assume we don't understand this experiment. I'll grant you this experiment is bizarre. Okay, granted. Okay, but there's plenty of experiments we do understand. There's plenty. We built an atomic bomb. That's based on atomic theory. So we understand something. We understand chemistry. That's based on quantum theory. There's plenty that is based on stuff we absolutely do understand. Wow, you're confused by something? Make a note, I'm confused by something. Don't say, okay, you can say, we are confused. Everyone I spoke to, we're all confused by something. Oh, okay, it's fine. It's a placeholder. A day will come, like, put a reward. Anyone who resolves this gets $1 million. Done. Leave it alone. Go, do something else. There's plenty you understand. But to claim that this is the universe because you don't understand experiments, that this is the essence of the universe?
To get a beam of silver atoms, the first thing you do is take a chunk of silver, put it in a metal box, heat that box up like an oven so that the individual atoms sublimate off of the lump, forming a gas. You can then poke a pinhole in the side of that box, causing the silver atoms to spray out like a nozzle. You can then put a screen with another pinhole next to that hole, creating a collimated beam of individual silver atoms.
Coming out of the oven.
So all of this you understand. All of this is fine. Everything is fine until it gets to something like the spin. Then you become confused, and then the universe is mathematical.
The individual beam of silver atoms have spins pointing in any which direction. Essentially, inside of the box, they were randomly distributed anyway. But generically speaking, the beam of atoms is coming out in a uniform collimated direction, but their spins are pointing in any random direction relative to that beam. In other words, they
Okay, that's fine.
are a totally unoriented group of atoms, which means they have a totally unoriented set of magnetic moments. Stern and Gerlach created such a beam of silver atoms and directed it at a large magnet that they designed.
Okay, obviously you either haven't done this in a long time, you forgot, but you're teaching this now. Now that you're teaching it, and it's going to be on the internet for 11,000 people who viewed this, right? This is not what it looked like. This is not what it looks like, as far as I understand. And I didn't even understand it completely, but the little that I know, it has to be non-uniform.
Specifically to deflect these silver atoms based on their magnetic moment. The beam of atoms went directly through the magnetic field and were deflected, eventually landing on a screen.
You're not explaining the mechanics. You're not slowing down. You're not doing the calculations. You're not doing any math. You're doing just hand waving. This can't go on. You have to do all the calculations slowly, meticulously, and then show, based on all these calculations, which should be very fast because, there's not that much to do. And based on these calculations, this should happen, that should happen, and that didn't happen, and we don't understand it. So for now, whatever, we're going to be confused, and fine, but at least do the homework. At least tell me what video to watch where you did the calculations, even somebody else did the calculations. Let's go through the quantum mechanical calculations, which are very simple. This is like, let's imagine this is classical. Right, if these were tiny magnets, you agree that some of them will go to this spot and some of them will go to this spot. Right, you agree with that. Right, you agree that if I built a model of the silver atom, you agree, even with a computer simulation, if you built a computer simulation of known physics, classical physics, if you would build a full-scale model in a computer simulation, or in reality, build a full-scale simulation of how you see the atom, the silver atom, you agree that some of them will go to here and some will go to here, right? You agree with that. And you agree that the electron has to spin around the nucleus. You agree with that. So why would you expect a spread? Right? If I built, right, if we agree that we have a bunch of silver atoms that are identical, right? Let's assume a bunch of silver atoms that are identical except for their orientation. You agree that some should go here and some should go here. Am I missing something? Like, what do you have in mind? What is in your mind that you don't feel that that's the result you should get? Unfortunately, it's not just him. I think even Bohr. Didn't Bohr? What did Bohr say about this? That's what I'm curious about. What did Bohr say? I mean, didn't Bohr figure this out? No one figured it out? Not Einstein, not Bohr, no one? How do you spell Bohr?
We saw in the previous two videos. We can flip back and forth between them using this dictionary.
I don't know what that's all about. I don't care about the sequential.
Okay, he has worked in a wide variety of things, okay, in particle physics and associated areas, and today he'll talk to
which established what the black body radiation law is through Planck. So anyway, and Rubens was just an expert here, consultant, and said Rubens thinks the experiment is sound, so there's no problem. And then this is the James Frank or Frank Hertz experiments. More importantly,
of course, when I'll debate them and I'll explain the original Stern-Gerlach, they're going to say, oh, but what about the sequential? Okay, everybody agrees the Stern-Gerlach is explainable. It's very simple. What about the sequential? Okay, give me time. I'll figure that one out too. But we saw this guy.
Additionally, I'll include some.
We saw this guy. This is the face of physics. He's like a mainstream physicist.
Rubens thinks the experiment is sound, so there's no problem. And then this is the James Frank or Frank Hertz experiments. More important is whether this proves the existence of space quantization. Please add a few words of explanation to a puzzle such as what's really going on. And Bohr says, I would be really grateful if you, Stern, could let me know in a few lines whether you interpret your results in this way, that the atoms are oriented parallel or opposed, but not normal to the field. That's the ML equal to 0 case. So that's what he was expecting.
More important is whether this proves the existence of space quantization. Yeah, they were already confused back then. Please add a few words of explanation to your puzzle, such as what's really going on. Bohr. I would be very grateful if you or Stern could let me know in a few lines whether you interpret your experimental results in this way, that the atoms are oriented parallel or opposed, but not normal to the field, as one could provide theoretical reasons for the latter assertion. What is the latter assertion? You interpret experiments in this way, that the atoms are oriented parallel or opposed, but not normal to the field. Normal to the field? Pauli, this should convert even the non-believer Stern. What? This is fascinating. So this is where it began. This is good. He's going over the actual debates. Reaction to Stern-Gerlach experiment and the result. Sommerfeld. Through their clever experimental arrangement, Stern-Gerlach not only demonstrated ad oculus the space quantization. Yeah, they were confused already back then. What are you talking about? Of atoms in a magnetic field. Why is it so simple for me to understand? Why is it so difficult for them to understand? I don't know. In a magnetic field, but they also provided the quantum origin of electricity and its connection with atomic structure. Okay, I mean, I guess they proved something. I don't know, Einstein. The most interesting achievement at this point is the experiment of Stern-Gerlach, the alignment of the atoms without collisions via radiative exchange is not comprehensible based on the current theoretical methods. It should take more than 100 years for the atoms to align. Why? What? I have done a little calculation with Ernfest. Rubens considers the experimental result to be absolutely certain. Why would they not align? Why would they not align? I don't understand. So you're saying they don't align, but you see that they align. I mean, so maybe the calculation is incorrect. Fascinating. The most interesting achievement at this point is the next one is the alignment of the atoms without collisions. What collisions? Via radiative exchange? What radiative exchange? Is not comprehensible based on the current theoretical methods. It should take more than 100 years. So you're off by 100. Or by 1,000 or by 1,000,000. You got something wrong. But you agree that if they align, then there's no issue, right? So all we need to figure out is this factor that somehow we're off by a factor, by some constant. Okay. Who's Sommerfeld? Aftermath. It was generally, let me see if, okay, it was generally acclaimed as a triumph of the old quantum theory. Of course, the new quantum theory, quantum mechanics, or electron spin were yet to be discovered. Oh, they didn't know about the spin yet. Oh, they didn't know about the spin. So they thought, so what were they expecting? What do you mean, what? What are you talking about? Everybody knew about, I mean, Bohr's model, the electron orbits, the electron wave orbits the nucleus. That's Bohr's model. And to confirm the reality of Bohr orbits and converted the non-believers, including Stern. No one questioned the two instead of 3 lines. Right, there was 2 lines. Nor raised any other questions, not even Pauli, nor Heisenberg. So no one could figure it out? Well, why? There was an interesting reaction from Einstein and Ernfest in a paper written a few weeks after the publication of the Stern-Gerlach result. They raised a question. They did a semi-classical calculation of the time it would take the atom to change from one polarity to the other in the magnetic field by releasing the energy difference as radiation. It found a time of several hundred years. The puzzle was that the amount of time spent by the atoms in the magnet was much smaller, about 10 to the negative 4 seconds. They considered various possible explanations, although this was before quantum mechanics or the concept of a wave function. Obviously, it was an early example of premonition of wave function collapse. I don't know. I mean, this looks like I need to see the calculations. I need to understand, because now it's just down to some constant coefficient that's resolvable. If I can't figure out a coefficient, I'm not going to say that we don't understand reality, that reality is not real, it's not local. That's ridiculous. Or we can't explain a coefficient. So this is sideways. It was never up and down. It was sideways. It's in German, isn't it? These are the stamps. W. Gerlach and O. Stern, ZF Physik, whatever this number. Actual values, L, what is 3.5 centimeter? What is that? B, this is the magnetic, this is the moment of, why is it in centimeters? What is L? I don't know. B, the magnetic field, that looks like T, what is T? Tesla. I think we express B, magnetic field in Tesla. Gradient of 10 Tesla per centimeter. Oh, the length is 3.5 centimeters. So it changed. B is 0.1. I mean, but it has to be some B at one side and another B at another side. What was the gradient is 10 Tesla per centimeter over 3.5. Oh, these are the numbers. Okay, resultant delta Z 0.22 millimeters. That's the difference between the left and right. The Z is left and right. They saw two lines, and the value of delta Z corresponds to a value of magnetic moment of exactly 1 Bohr magneton as expected. Okay, so everything is as expected. The shift was larger than, so you're questioning Bohr's model? That's right? So everything is per Bohr. So the question should go back to Bohr. Just ask Bohr. Magneton as expected. The shift was larger than Stern's estimate due to their using a higher field gradient. They had confirmed. So, okay, so Einstein, right? So Einstein miscalculated. So they say it's exactly as Bohr predicted. So go back to Bohr's model and ask questions. What don't you understand about Bohr's model? It's honestly mechanical. It's classical. Bohr's model is completely classical. They had confirmed the Bohr-Sommerfeld theory. Bohr-Sommer? Who's Sommer? I never heard of Sommerfeld. Gerlach sent a congratulatory postcard to Bohr. Oh, okay, but who's Sommerfeld? Wow, this is like archaeology. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. The experiment turned out to be even more difficult than anticipated. It took more than a year to complete. There were also financial difficulties. A series of public lectures by Born and others were arranged with a charge for admission were arranged to help defray the cost of the experiment. A friend suggested to Born, I guess Bohr. Why Born? Born? No. Maybe Born. To write to A. Henry Goldman in New York, that's Goldman Sachs, who had family roots in Frankfurt. He received a charming response with a check for a few $100s, which helped them tide over. So the Americans, it was the American. Henry Goldman had started the Woolworth chain and founded Goldman Sachs. In the meantime, Born had moved to Göttingen, and Stern had moved to Rostock. Gerlach had to travel to Rostock to show the results to Stern. On one such visit, they reviewed the results and, in view of disappointing results, decided to quit. However, Gerlach had to spend the night in Rostock due to a railway strike and decided to try one more time when he got back to Frankfurt. This is fascinating. Like, but couldn't you just ask Bohr? A note on Stern's style of working. He always had a cigar in one hand and he left actual work with hands to others. So physical labor he wouldn't do, as he did not trust his own manual dexterity. So he had early, what do you call it? Early symptoms, early early something of Parkinson. If there was an imminent crash, he would crash of what? He would raise both his hands and stay away, as he said that it is better to let things fall where they may rather than trying to prevent the fall. He described the beneficial effects of a large wooden hammer that he kept in his lab and used it to threaten the apparatus if it did not behave. Apparently it worked. Strange. In the paper, he already mentioned that he and Gerlach have started to work on the proposed experiment. He had realized how difficult the experiment was and found a collaborator, Walter Gerlach, who was already in Frankfurt and a superb experimenter. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I honestly don't know what to tell you. Otto Stern was born in Sorau, Germany. Received his PhD. 1990, at the Neutrino 90 conference, Leon Lederman complained that theorists are always lionized, whereas experimentalists are short-changed and not given enough credit. As an example, he cited Pauli getting a lot of credit for the invention of the neutrino in 1930, but the very hard work of Charles Drummond Ellis and his collaborators who labored hard from 1920 to 1939. This is just before the Great Depression, to firmly establish that the beta decay spectrum is truly continuous, which made Pauli's hypothesis necessary, were hardly acknowledged by the community. I try to redress this iniquity in my talks. Now onto Stern Gerlach. Fascinating. Yeah, but a complete waste of time. I mean, the question is, why are they unable to understand it?
But non-uniform along the z direction reduces this expression to mu z times the gradient along the z direction. This shows that if the magnetic field is uniform, then there will be no force. Therefore, a non-uniform magnetic field is necessary. Stern proposed to use a magnet with a pointy south pole so that the magnetic field lines are not uniform. This inhomogeneous magnetic field has a non-zero gradient, and this produces a force that will deflect the atoms in the beam, which Stern set up to measure. According to Sommerfeld and Debye, the original beam should split into three, corresponding to the three predicted states: one part deflected up, one deflected down, and one non-deflected part. Bohr insisted that the undeflected component would not appear because of the instability of the state with m equals 0. Stern wrote his idea and published it in August of 1921. In this article, he described all the details of his thought experiment, the force that each atom in the beam will experience, and more importantly, the two possible outcomes of the measurement. If atoms behave according to classical physics, their magnetic moments will be randomly oriented in all possible directions in space, contrary to...
Why? You agree that again, the animation is incorrect. It's not up and down, it's left and right.
to the Bohr-Sommerfeld Debye prediction. As a consequence, when passing through the non-uniform magnetic field, some atoms would be deflected up, others deflected down, and everything in between for atoms with magnetic moments oriented in random directions. The final result would be a spread of the original beam of atoms up and down along the direction of the magnetic gradient.
You agree that nothing is left and right, so you agree they all align either up or down. Why would you say that they have different magnetic moments? Why would you think they have the same charge, the same lambda, the same mass? Right? All these atoms are identical. If I showed you any two silver atoms, if I brought you to their size and I showed you any two, except for their alignment, you agree that they're identical. So why would you say the magnetic moment is different? Why would you say that?
On the contrary, if the predictions of the Bohr-Sommerfeld Debye atom are correct, since the magnetic moment is proportional to the angular momentum, this could only take discrete directions in space. For this reason, atoms would be deflected up.
Nothing to do with space. Nothing to do with space. What are you talking about? Nothing to do with space. This has to do with a silver atom. What are you talking about? The silver atom, everything is given. We're just talking about the outer shell electron. Everything about it must be identical between any two silver atoms. You can't, right? They all must spin at the same rate, right? I mean, according to Bohr's model, it's just a wave waving around in n times lambda length around the nucleus. That's all it's doing. And that's creating, right? It's current. And this current is identical. The charge is identical. And lambda is identical. The energy is identical. That's the most important thing, right? The energy of the outermost shell between all silver atoms is identical, right? The energy is identical. The potential and the kinetic energies are identical. The kinetic energy is the velocity of the wave. The velocity of the wave is identical. So the current running around the nucleus, which is the electron waving around the nucleus, that's identical between any two silver atoms. So the magnetic moment created by this current is identical. So the magnetic moment is identical. The angular momentum is identical. That's just, again, that's the energy. The energy of the atoms is identical. The energy, the configuration, the energy of the topmost, the outer shell electron is identical. What's the question? So even this guy, Dr. George S. Diaz, even this guy is confused. Nothing to do with space. Expected quantum results. What are you talking about? Bohr magneton. Bohr predicted a constant that had nothing to do with space. So everyone managed to confuse themselves with this nonsense quantized space. What are you talking about? Oh my God. Magnetic quantum number? What is a magnetic quantum number? What are you talking about? This is the mass of the electron. What is this? Magnetic quantum number? I don't know what this is. What is that? Where did it come from? Mu z. Is this mu z times m? I don't know. Where's show me the derivation of mu z? Why is it so out of focus? M equals 1, m equals -1. Okay, I don't know. This is positive, and this is, I guess, one is pointing up, one is pointing down. This is the force. This is the magnetic moment. So I don't understand. You know, this is completely predicted according to Bohr. So just sit and study Bohr. Figure out Bohr. Didn't he draw actual diagrams to explain his theory? Well, what's the question?
Or down, but nothing in between, splitting the atomic beam into two, according to Bohr. Stern stressed the importance of this experiment in his paper. The experiment, if successful, results in a clear decision between the quantum theoretical and the classical view. This is a crucial statement.
This is completely classical. There's nothing quantum here. This is completely explained. Bohr's model is completely classical. It's just a wave.
Of the experiment designed by Stern. Its result will unquestionably confirm or disprove quantum physics. Ironically,
There's no such thing. This is just a confirmation of Bohr's model. What do you mean quantum physics? What in the universe are you talking about? Like you listen to this guy, and I have the utmost respect for this guy. I mean, he makes really, really high quality videos. But why don't you think? I'm sorry if I'm hurting anyone's feelings, but it's not just you. I mean, but Bohr explained it. What more do you want? So you never understood Bohr's model. That's all you're saying. Like you don't believe Bohr? I mean, but you just proved Bohr. So just now go to Bohr, go to his original paper on which this experiment is based. Go to Bohr's paper, read it, and understand it. And until you understand it, don't put it down. And that's it. It should be that simple. I don't understand why everyone is so perplexed.
Stern's proposal was not celebrated. Some theorists believe that space quantization was nothing more than a useful mathematical description.
What's space quantization? Where did Bohr ever say space quantization? What are you talking about?
In fact, this time, Max Born was reluctant to provide any of the Descartes' funding. In his autobiography, Born wrote, "It took me a time before I took this idea seriously. I always..."
Why is the quality so low? What? They charge you money to get higher quality?
Thought that space quantization was a kind of symbolic expression for something which you don't understand. But Stern took the idea literally. I tried...
What are you talking about? Quite a time before I took this, I always thought that space quantization, somebody added space. He didn't say space, that quantization was a kind of symbolic expression for something which you don't understand. Okay. Well, so now you see it's real. Well, and think, okay, reverse engineer this experiment and you should be fine. But Stern took the idea literally. What do you mean? Bohr took it literally. This is Born. This is the most confused guy. He got everyone even more confused. This is just unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable. How could everyone be so confused? How could everyone become so confused about something so simple? Fascinating.
Tried to persuade him that there was no sense in it. But Stern insisted that this measurement was worth a try. During this time, a new professor arrived at the Institute for Experimental Physics in the building next door, Walter Gerlach. Gerlach was a respected experimental physicist trained by the great Wilhelm Paschen, who in 1916 confirmed the fine structure lines in helium predicted by Sommerfeld. Gerlach arrived with plans of studying magnetic properties of atoms by deflecting a beam using a magnetic field. He had never heard of space quantization. After they met, Stern told him,
"What? Space quantization? Jesus."
With a magnetic deflection, you can also do something else. Do you know about space quantization? After explaining the idea, Stern asked him, "Shall we do it?" Gerlach was immediately on board. Stern had designed a beautiful experiment. Gerlach had the experience to make it a reality. Stern finally convinced Born, who gave him all his support.
Look, if you think Bohr meant that space is quantized, then yeah, I mean, okay, if you go down that rabbit hole, yeah, you're going to lose your mind. But where did Bohr say space is quantized? Where did you read in Bohr that space is quantized? Okay, let me see this from the beginning.
Is one of the landmark experiments in quantum mechanics. Stern-Gerlach is one of the landmark experiments in quantum mechanics and always presented to introduce.
He also displays it up and down. So he never saw the original experiment. Okay, show me the original Stern-Gerlach. Stern-Gerlach experiment. There it is. This it? Let's see this guy.
And now from there, the beam goes through the collimating slit.
Wait, who? National Science Foundation? Wow, the NSF. Wow. Stern-Gerlach. Okay.
If you're anything like me, your intuitive notions about magnetism are partly right and partly wrong, despite your experience with permanent magnets. This apparatus. But more than that, you'll see, perhaps you already know, that magnetic atoms.
So, is it left and right, or right and or up and down?
Was first done in 1922.
Oh, so they did do it up and down. Yeah, I see.
That can only be explained by quantum theory. An experiment similar to the one you see here was first done in.
There it is. That looks like up and down. Der Experimental.
1922 by Professor Otto Stern and Walter Gerlach. Their experiment was with atoms of silver. We use atoms of cesium instead, even though cesium metal in its condensed state, and here's an ampule of it, is as lifeless magnetically as most things. Dipole, sure, it always ends. If atoms behave concerned with the oscillation or anti-parallel to the field. Here's a pair of Helmholtz coils with some iron filings. With current in both coils, we get a uniform field, smack in the center. When we put a magnet in the center, it oscillates about the field, but there's no net deflection in any direction. See? Now let's switch it off, on, set the magnet. Sure, if it gets so intend to translate, we'll put current or the coil. It moves into the unstable or which four but opposite poles are anti-direction Z, like these. Strongest, the field net force is larger. This emerged into motion are slight by the magnet. We also have a show apparatus must be parts of the apparatus. Source to detector with negligible risk of collision.
Oh. Hello. Hi. What's up? Can you talk? Can you hear me? What's going on? We have 3 mutual friends. Oh, Mordwand. Oh, Tapioca Weasel. I don't know Ali. So you're from the Globe server. So why don't you talk?
Why don't I talk? I talk. I'm talking with you before.
I didn't hear you. Only now can I hear you, finally.
Yes, do you hear me?
Now I hear you. Oh, I remember you. Hi.
Yes, you remember me. I know. I know.
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah. What's up? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What are you doing? What, you want to talk?
What? I saw you. I saw you in the VC, and I like. I was wondering. I was wondering, when did I see this person? This person sounds familiar.
Yeah, I'm a familiar person.
Yeah, until I saw it, I heard your voice. Maybe guess. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
this is this person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and I knew. So you're an etherist. Nice, the guy.
Yes, I'm an etherist. You could say that, yeah.
Have you ever debated flat earthers?
No, I don't debate flat earthers. Not
Mhm.
interested.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah. I debate physicists about physics, about quantum physics, modern physics, quantum, special, and general relativity.
Quantum physics.
Like right now, mostly quantum physics.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
According to your understanding of special relativity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible for something with mass to travel beyond the speed of light?
Relative to an observer, you mean?
To in any possible scenario, in any possible scenario.
So right now you're traveling much
Mhm.
faster than the speed of light relative to galaxies on the other side of the universe that are right
Mhm.
now crossing over the cosmic horizon.
I'm traveling faster than the speed of light.
So if, let's say, two people, one person runs away from me to the right at half the speed of light, and one
Mhm.
person runs away from me to the left at half the speed of
Mhm.
light, then I
Mhm.
know that they're running away from each other at the speed of light, right?
Mhm.
So I
But you
can,
said half the speed of light before.
yeah. So let's say a person on my right is running to the right at half the speed of light, and a person to my left is running to the left at half the speed of light. So I
Mhm.
know that relative to each other, they are moving away from each other at the speed of light, right?
Mhm. The one on the right is going half fast.
Yeah, I have two friends. One is to my right and one is to my left.
Mhm.
The one to my right is running away to the right at half the speed of light.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
So you
So
see that I can definitely say that it's possible for two people to move away from each other at the speed of light, or um,
no, I don't think it's actually moving at the speed of light. He's moving half the speed of light. He's not the distance he's traveling
relative to
and the
me.
speed he's using.
Relative to me.
Yeah. Yes, but I mean, like, in actually, I don't mean.
What do you mean actually?
Well,
Relative to what?
because if you're saying relative to you, then him traveling faster than the speed of light is just in your mind. It's not in actual reality. You're not actually traveling that fast. It's just in your mind,
What's your
right?
definition of actually?
Like assuming, let's say,
What?
Assuming he's
Mm-hmm.
one person is still. It's viewed from a fixed viewpoint,
What?
fixed reference frame.
I don't know what that means. You have to tell me.
I mean, like, let's say, not two people going against opposite sides, like, but one person is doing what the other person is doing.
I don't know what that means. So,
like for example, the person who went right is standing still and is observing the person who went left.
okay, look at my blackboard or my whiteboard. So we have. Can you look at the whiteboard?
No, I don't see anything like that. But
Well, you have to open the whiteboard. You haven't opened the whiteboard yet. It's still
I don't see any white.
There's at the bottom there's apps. You have to go to the app, or you can just watch it on my stream. Here is a link to my stream.
If I go to your stream, I won't be able to speak back. I won't be able to.
What? Oh, you're on your phone?
Yes.
No, you should be able to watch it on the YouTube with no audio. Go to YouTube and lower the audio to the minimum, and it should be.
My phone is 3%. It's almost dying.
Who?
Yeah. My phone is 3%. It's
okay.
at
So
3%.
so you need to go charge. So go charge.
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
see you later.
Yes.
Oh my God. All right. Where's the detector?
Now let's look at the parts of the apparatus. These two round metal containers make up the oven. It's much more active than its containers, which can be moved from the outside. The beam goes through the collimating slit, the jaws of which are made of stainless steel razor blades.
Okay.
Atoms directly down the magnet gap. The shaped pole pieces are made of wafers of soft iron stacked and bolted together. The pole pieces are quite long compared to the gap. The pole pieces slip into a piece of glass tubing that carries the vacuum, and the whole thing fits into the magnet so we can have the return yoke and the magnetizing coils outside the vacuum system. These rather large coarse jaws can intercept the beam after it leaves the magnet, so we'll come back to them later. The detector is a 10th millimeter niobium wire. When hot, this wire converts any neutral cesium atoms that strike it into positive cesium ions. The ions are collected by this small negatively charged plate. The current in the plate circuit, which is our measure of beam intensity, is amplified and recorded on the y-axis of this XY plotter. The x-coordinate indicates the transverse position of the detector, which is moved by pushing on it. The push rod can be moved from outside through these bellows, worked by a knob.
To do what?
The whole detector assembly is covered with a wire screening to ensure that the sensitive circuit really measures the beam and doesn't act as a burglar alarm. Here's the apparatus ready to run. Now, we really made the second half of this film before the first. This means that we don't have to wait around for the vacuum pumps to work, to find and fix all the leaks in the vacuum system, to work out of the bugs that always beset every experiment. So here goes. The oven is already warm. The magnet power is off. The detector wire is hot. Now we open the shutter and move the detector across the beam. The pan deflects. Then it levels off.
This is without the magnetic field, probably. So it's all in the center.
The detector current at the peak is about 10 to the minus 11 amperes and corresponds to about 10 to the 8 atoms per second hitting the detector wire.
10 to the 8 atoms per second, okay.
There's the beam.
So it's very...
One large division on the x-axis is equivalent to a detector movement of 1.3 millimeters, so the beam's about 2.7 millimeters wide. If we go back to the center of the beam, we can insert the shutter and cut the beam off. On. Off. On.
Good.
Now, just to show that we know what we're doing, we'll narrow the collimating slit. This, of course, should make the beam narrower.
Good. Good. They're calibrating, they're testing, making sure they're not getting false positive, false negatives, whatever. Very good, very good.
There it is.
So the beam is vertical.
Now we'll begin the main measurements, leaving the beam narrow. First, a clean trace of the beam with a magnet current still off.
Still off. No magnet.
We turn down the gain of the detector a little bit, but that doesn't matter. Next, we move the detector back to the middle of the beam and get ready to turn some current on in the magnet. The field intensity with one cell of this battery will be about 2,500 Gauss, and the gradient, which you remember is an important quantity, is about 3,300 Gauss per centimeter. The beam intensity in the middle falls. It's a little less than half its former value. Those atoms must have gone somewhere, so let's explore the beam again.
It's going to go up and down. We saw already that there's nothing at the center. It's going to drop.
The beam has
Oh,
been brought
okay.
symmetrically, you
Okay.
notice, showing that cesium atoms are in fact magnetic and are deflected in either direction by the magnetic forces. But let's see what happens when we increase the magnet current some more. Two cells give us about 5,000 Gauss and a gradient of about 6,600 Gauss per centimeter.
Up and then
The
down.
pan begins to deflect sooner.
There it is. Wow. Perfect.
But then right in the middle, where most of the atoms were before, there are now very few, and the rest come over here. The atoms have been deflected equally to both sides. As they pass through the magnet, half of them were forced in the direction of stronger magnetic field, and the other half were forced toward weaker field. Let's increase again to about 10,000 Gauss per centimeter.
So even more now. Good. Okay, it's fine. You have seen this before. We've seen this before. It's good. It's a good experiment.
The two wings are separated and brought to
Experiment. Let's go.
Introduced the concept of spin. Something always bothered me about this. Stern and Gerlach did their famous experiment in 1822, but the spin was introduced more than 3 years later. The truth is that this experiment had nothing to do with spin. This is the real story of the Stern-Gerlach experiment. Before I
Fascinating. JK0. What is JK? George? Where's the K? I don't
get any further, I just want to clarify that the modern
Just kidding?
interpretation of the results obtained by Stern and Gerlach is indeed the spin of the electron. I'm not claiming the opposite, but nobody knew about this concept in 1922. So I always wondered, what exactly were Stern and Gerlach even trying to measure?
What do you mean the spin? The electron spins around the nucleus. That's what they set out to measure. That's the whole thing. That's the Bohr's model. What are you talking about?
Otto Stern got his doctorate in physical chemistry in 1912.
Why is everyone so confused by this very simple? I mean, Bohr explained everything. What else? What's the question? I mean, Bohr wrote and explained everything. Why is everyone so confused? Why didn't Bohr explain everything to everyone? And then Bohr himself became confused and argued with Einstein. What was the argument? I don't even remember. What was their argument? They argued over locality. Spooky action at a distance. I don't remember. What was the argument?
And moved to Prague to work as an assistant to Albert Einstein. In July of the same year, Einstein received an offer from his alma mater, the ETH in Zurich, and he asked Stern to join him. In Zurich, Stern became friends with Max von Laue, the former assistant to Max Planck, who 7 years earlier, in 1905, had traveled to Bern to meet the unknown author of the theory of special relativity. Von Laue was now a respected professor after proposing an experimental method that finally ended the debate about the nature of
Wow, amazing. X-rays. Oh, X-rays, crystal. I don't know. No, I don't know what this is.
X-rays in 1912. The publication of Bohr's model in 1813 made Stern and von Laue close friends, as they shared a dislike for what they called this nonsense of Bohr. They wished.
What do you mean nonsense? What don't you like about Bohr? What don't you like about Bohr? It's like perfection. Do you like de Broglie? Do you like Einstein? Do you like Planck? Like, who do you like if you don't like Bohr? Bohr is just the next step. And then you have Schrödinger. Do you don't like Schrödinger? And then you have Heisenberg. Do you not like Heisenberg? Like, what's going on?
For an experiment.
It's so straightforward.
That would falsify.
It's all classical. There's no surprises anywhere along the way.
The nonsense of quantum jumps and quantized orbits. Stern was.
Do you understand de Broglie's notion that these are all waves? Do you understand Einstein that photons seem to have display particle-like behavior, that they seem to have momentum just as Maxwell predicted, but Einstein showed that they are packets of energy, quanta of energy. They actually, I mean, this is based on Planck. I mean, everything falls into place. and everything makes sense. It's not like something here doesn't make any. This is all mechanical. This is all explained classically. Nothing should be confusing. I guess maybe you have to think of the ether. I don't know. Anyway, okay, try thinking about the ether. Maybe that will simplify things. I don't know. I don't know what you're missing. Bohr had a good explanation. Einstein. So Planck had a good explanation. Einstein had a good explanation. De Broglie, Bohr, Schrödinger, Heisenberg. These are all mechanical explanations. These are all classical explanations of waves. What's the question?
Not a theoretical physicist, so he attended all of Einstein's lectures, and he will later recall that one of the most important skills learned from Einstein was coming up with realistic thought experiments to test ideas. In 1914, Einstein was named director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute in Berlin and left Zurich. At the same time, von Laue accepted a position at the University of Frankfurt and invited Stern
1914. This is before World War One. Von Laue
to come as his assistant.
Okay, so Einstein left. Von Laue and him were friends. Von Laue told him, "Come work for me."
Just a few weeks after they moved from Zurich, von Laue was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for his discovery of the diffraction of X-rays by crystals, work that he did only 2 years earlier during a stay with Sommerfeld in Munich. With the start of the First World War, Stern volunteered to serve in the German army. After training as a meteorologist in Berlin, he was sent to Belgium, supporting the setup of a physics lab for the military. Given the lack of materials and equipment, the idea of confiscating the physics equipment of the Solvay Institute in Brussels was proposed. Stern knew very well the value of the Solvay Institute for the physics community, and secret
Solva or Soleil? Walter Ernst Nurst. Wow, Nurst. First Solvay Conference, 1911. There's Einstein. Is that Bohr next to Einstein? That's Planck. Everybody had a mustache. Is that Marie Curie? So that's Nurst. Everyone had a big mustache. Look at this mustache. Wow, everybody with their mustaches. So funny. I recognize him. I don't remember who this is. Maybe, I don't know. Schrödinger is not here. I think Schrödinger and Heisenberg were too young. They weren't around yet. De Broglie. Oh, that's Bohr. Bohr was very tall, apparently. Einstein was tall too. Planck looks like a short guy. I wish they had names next to each one. That's Lorentz. So where is Michelson? I would not recognize Michelson. It's amazing that I understand more than them. Well, like in certain things, not in others, but like whatever they were perplexed about with this experiment, I understand it. Fascinating.
Secretly alerted Walter Nurst in Berlin about the plans. Nurst was the mastermind behind the creation of the Solvay Institute in 1911, and after Stern's secret warning, successfully used his influence to keep the Solvay Institute untouched during the war. After surviving the crash of the weather airplane carrying him during a mission, Stern moved to Berlin and joined Nernst's lab, where he got trained as an experimental physicist by one of the most recognized physicists of the time, James Franck. Ironically, Stern still could not accept Bohr's model, and now he was being mentored by one of the first to provide experimental support for Bohr's model with his famous
How is this Frank Hertz experiment? This confirmed quantum energy levels. Gustav Hertz. Is this the same Hertz? Link in the description. Such clean diagrams. So voltage. This is normal. So this is probably a hot plate. This is usually negative. Is this negative or is this... Why is this closed? Maybe this is a voltmeter. So it's measuring the voltage between this and this. I don't know what this is. I've never seen this experiment. So this is electrons. I don't know what this is.
Experiment with Gustav Hertz right before the war. After the war was over, Stern returned to Frankfurt in 1919, but Max von Laue was no longer there. He exchanged roles with Max Born from Berlin. Born became the head of the physics department and was really impressed by Stern's plans for the small Frankfurt lab. Stern had become great at designing clever experiments, but not yet the best.
This is Stern? Let me see. That's Stern, okay.
Impressed by Stern's plans for the small Frankfurt lab. Stern had become great at designing clever experiments, but not yet the best.
They didn't cut their hair short. Otto Stern in the lab.
At building them. Fortunately, the physics department had a great technician named Adolf Schmidt. Stern wanted to build a molecular beam to study the magnetic properties of single atoms and molecules in gases. Bohr gave Stern full support and provided the necessary and scarce funding. After a year of work, the physics department had a great technician named Adolf Schmidt. Stern wanted to build a molecular beam to study the magnetic properties of single atoms and molecules in gases. Bohr
Molecular beam.
gave Stern full support and provided the necessary and scarce funding. After a year of work, the molecular beam was finally working. Stern used it to experimentally confirm for the first time the Maxwell distribution of velocities in a gas. After this molecular beam was finally working. Stern used it to experimentally
Maxwell distribution of velocity. This is the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution. Why do you call it Maxwell distribution? I don't know the details.
confirm for the first time the Maxwell distribution of velocities in a gas. After this success, Stern noted that no experiment had been designed to challenge what he and von Laue called Bohr's nonsense. Bohr's model could explain the spectral lines of hydrogenic atoms and the Frank Hertz.
That's not enough? That no one has ever been able to explain this? That's not enough for you to take Bohr seriously?
Experiment, but the wartime prevented the design of an experiment specifically planned to test the model. The 4 years of war not only prevented the kind of experiment that Stern wanted, but also during this time, Bohr's model had been refined and extended by.
This is Bohr. Who is this?
Sommerfeld, as I showed you in the last video.
Oh, Sommerfeld, the fine structure of the atom. So let me see what it like. That's Bohr. Did Bohr write it alone? Philosophical Magazine, Journal of Science. Oh, it's in English. On the Constitution of Atoms and Molecules by N. Bohr and Dr. Phil Copenhagen? Oh, no. He's a doctor of philosophy from Copenhagen. He's Swiss. You can tell. In order to explain the results of experiments on scattering of alpha rays by matter, Professor Rutherford has given a theory of the structure of atoms. According to this theory, the atoms consist of positively charged nucleus surrounded by a system of electrons kept together by attractive forces from the nucleus. The total negative.
He prevented the kind of experiment that Stern wanted, but also during this time, Bohr's model had been refined and extended by Sommerfeld, as I showed you in the last video. Crucially for Stern, a few months after the publication of the Bohr-Sommerfeld model in 1916, Sommerfeld himself and his former student, Peter Debye, had independently discovered a unique property of the new atomic model that could be tested in the lab.
Let me see. Somebody texted me. Yes, I'm streaming. She wants the ASMR to go to sleep. Yes. The experiment. Is this it?
In the last video, I showed you how Sommerfeld proposed a general method for constructing the quantum version of a classical theory using what we now call the Wilson-Sommerfeld quantization rule. Using this rule, Sommerfeld introduced elliptical orbits and solved the mystery of the fine structure spectral lines. In that video, I showed you that Sommerfeld imposed a quantization over the azimuthal angle, just like Bohr, and the radial coordinate to describe elliptical orbits. But you might have noticed that no quantization over the polar coordinate was imposed. After all, electrons should be able to move in 3 spatial dimensions. Sommerfeld, just like Bohr, assumed that electron orbits lie on a plane like the orbits of the planets around the sun. This assumption makes sense for planets that form from a common disk of material, but electron orbits are not required to satisfy this assumption. Sommerfeld quickly fixed this. In October October 1916, he published a new article allowing electron orbits in 3 dimensions instead of being confined to a plane, for which he had to introduce a third quantum number. Using energetic and geometric conditions, he found that these quantum numbers could not take any integer values. They must satisfy some conditions. Sommerfeld initially called these quantum numbers n1, n2, and n prime, which later became simply n, k, and m. They satisfy the following relations. N is a positive integer, k is a positive integer less than or equal to n, and m is an integer in the range minus k to plus k. These numbers are respectively called the principal, azimuthal, and magnetic quantum numbers. In modern notation, k was replaced by L equals k minus 1. Sommerfeld considered the atom in the presence of an external magnetic field, which defines a preferred direction into space.
People hugging.
Of the experiment. Without loss of generality, we can choose our coordinate system so that the z-axis points along the magnetic field. Although the angular momentum of the electron points in some direction in space, Sommerfeld argued.
It's so funny that people use my stream to fall asleep. Oh my god, this is so funny. All right, let's see some comments, some notifications from the YouTube. Shocking Universe. Neil, the just change. Yeah, sure. Okay. There are drop engine. Midnight Monkey. Midnight Monkey. Wrath of Math. What day is today? It's Tuesday. Okay. All right. Okay, let's continue. So we have an atom with some electron orbiting in some angle. Okay.
That any measurement of the angular momentum corresponds to a projection of the angular momentum along the axis defined by the magnetic field. Therefore, according to Sommerfeld, the angular momentum quantization implies Lz equals mh bar. If we call alpha the angle between the angular momentum...
What is m? What is m? Yh bar? What? Oh, you're assuming some multiple. Wait, let's see the definition of m. Okay, got it. So so n is some integer, k is integer 2n, and m is negative L.
Is an integer in the range minus...
No, okay. It's an integer. Okay, but it's an integer. Okay.
K to plus k. These numbers
But these are all integers. That's fine.
are respectively called the principal, azimuthal, and magnetic quantum numbers. In modern
But there's no theory why use these integers.
notation, k was replaced by m.
Bohr came up with the theory why use these integers. So they noticed. Why did they come up with these integers?
L equals k minus 1. Sommerfeld considered the atom in the presence of an external magnetic field, which defines a preferred direction into space of the experiment. Without loss of generality, we can choose our coordinate system so that the z-axis points along the magnetic field. Although the angular momentum of the electron points in some direction in space, Sommerfeld argued that any measurement of the angular momentum corresponds to a projection of the angular momentum along the axis defined by the magnetic field. Therefore, according to Sommerfeld, the angular momentum quantization implies Lz equals mh bar. If we call alpha the angle between the angular momentum vector and the z-axis, we can write the projection of the angular momentum as Lz equals the magnitude of the angular momentum times cosine of alpha. Then the cosine of the angle becomes this.
Okay. Yeah, it's a dot product. Lz times vector z divided by the magnitude of L. Whatever, it's just Lz dot z. So Lz dot... No, sorry. L... No, it's L dot z. Oh, cosine alpha. Whatever. The force is L dot z, right? All we care about is L dot z. How this vector dots with z. So it's L cosine alpha z. L cosine alpha z. That's the projection. That's Lz. Okay, which is also MH. That's very interesting that it's a multiple of H. In the Z direction. Okay. So to them, this has to do with space? This has nothing to do with space. Well, what do you mean space? the fact that it spins at some quantity. Why would that surprise you? Right? The spinning, Bohr will explain, it's a wave. And this wave is constrained. It can't wave however it wants. It's basically constrained by the energy. The energy defines lambda, defines the frequency. Lambda is defined by the mass because of de Broglie. E equals, de Broglie gives us lambda. Anyway, we're given lambda in the frequency. So we know the energy. This is constrained. It can't be anything it wants. It has to be a multiple of lambda, otherwise it's not going to survive. So this has to be a multiple of lambda. And it has a certain energy, so it has a certain velocity, because the velocity is the energy. It's the kinetic energy. Mm-hmm. 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 Fascinating. Mm-hmm. So, okay. So cosine alpha. Okay, what do you want to say? Where are you taking this?
From simple geometry, the magnitude of the angle.
So cosine alpha is mh over L. Well, so LZ is L cosine alpha Z. So cosine alpha is, well, it's in the Z direction. But cosine alpha Z, that means cosine alpha Z is at the bottom. You divide by Z. What does that even mean? Cosine alpha should be LZ over L. LZ over L. But why is Z? It's like you can just move Z to the left side. Anyway, so cosine alpha is LZ over L. And LZ is MHZ. So MH, oh yeah, the Z was at the bottom, and now you're canceling out the Z. So there's a mistake here. The Z is at the bottom, but now you're replacing LZ with MHZ. Z cancel out. So you're left with MH over L. So that's cosine alpha. Okay, where are you taking this discussion?
Angular momentum vector can be written as the maximum value that LZ can take.
MH, maximum MH. What do you mean?
From where we get the ratio between magnetic and azimuthal quantum numbers. Here we discover that the angle alpha is restricted by the values that the magnetic and azimuthal quantum numbers can.
It's M over K. I don't know where you got this. Maximum MH. I don't get it. I just don't get it. LZ is MHZ. This is MH or MH bar. And L is the max MH. I don't get it. I don't know what this is. What are you talking about? I don't know what he's talking about.
The angular momentum as LZ equals the magnitude of the angular momentum times cosine of alpha. Then the cosine of the angle becomes this expression. From simple geometry, the magnitude of the angular momentum vector can be written as the maximum value that LZ can take.
From simple geometry? What?
Comes this expression. From simple geometry, the magnitude of the angular momentum vector can be written as the maximum value that LZ can take, from where we get the ratio between magnetic and azimuthal quantum numbers.
What LZ? There's no LZ. There's just L. This is the magnitude of L. This is the magnitude of L, which is bigger than LZ. So cosine alpha is M. The H cancels out somehow. Maxim? I don't know what's going on. Maxim is K? I don't know what's going on.
Here we discover that the angle alpha is restricted by the values that the magnetic and azimuthal quantum numbers can take. The directionality is now quantized, meaning that the electron can orbit the nucleus only in very specifically oriented orbital planes. This feature became known as space quantization, and later simply renamed angular momentum quantization. Let's see an example. The ground state, or lowest possible energy, is defined as the level with the lowest principal number, n equals 1.
I mean, if you believe that, then yeah, I guess you're going to be confused. Why would you believe it? I don't know. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
This level contains 3 states. Since n equals 1, the azimuthal number can only take the value k equals 1, from where the magnetic quantum number can take the values 1, 0, and minus 1. Using the formula that we found for the angle between the z-axis and the angular momentum, we find that the first state represents an electron with angular momentum parallel to the z-axis. Similarly, the other 2 states correspond to orbits with the angular momentum vector pointing perpendicular and anti-parallel to the axis defined by the external magnetic field. For the next energy level, we have 8 different states. The first 3 are similar to the previous level, whereas the other 5 configurations have an angular momentum vector twice as long with 2 tilted orbits, in addition to the states parallel, perpendicular, and anti-parallel to the magnetic field. Coincidentally,
I'm not following. Did Bohr agree to this?
Peter Debye, one of the brilliant former students of Sommerfeld, also discovered this using advanced mathematical methods. Their articles were published together in October of 1916. In the following months, Bohr suggested that the quantum state with m equals 0 would be unstable, so for the ground state, only the other 2 states would be observable. In 1920, Wolfgang Pauli, another of Sommerfeld's group, would be unstable, so for the ground state,
My question would be, this is classical. There's nothing weird. This is completely classical. You can run an experiment in a lab, right? You can put a wire. This is just a wire running a current in a magnetic field. It's going to stabilize because it's a magnetic field. It's going to align, or it will align. This is the wrong direction. If L is down, then this is the wrong direction. But isn't it unstable? I don't know enough magnetism to have an opinion.
only the other 2 states would be observable. In 1920, Wolfgang Pauli, another of Sommerfeld's great students, introduced the concept of magneton. This is the magnetic moment produced by an electron orbiting the nucleus, to study the forces acting on the atom in an external magnetic.
And there you go. Bohr explained it's a wave and you're showing a particle. You're going to confuse yourself. And then you're going to say, I don't understand this universe. Bohr told you it's a wave. Why are you showing a particle? Because they think it's a vacuum. That's the problem. They believe it's a vacuum. They don't see the issue. They just don't see it. They think it's a vacuum and there's no reason not to have a particle, right? So if there's a particle, what's stopping it from going at infinite speeds? Why is it limited by the speed of light? Oh, because of otherwise it's going to create a contradiction. Yeah. So this is called assuming the conclusion. Okay. So, okay. Fascinating. So a magneton, Pauli 1920. Okay, it's a very nice thought experiment except for the particle. Instead of a particle, it should be a wave. If you think about a wave spread out and waving like a wire, like running current, and that's what it is. And then everything is resolved. It's really very simple.
Field, a very important concept is the so-called magnetic moment, denoted by the Greek.
Yeah, and there is the current. Very good. And the current induces a magnetic field using the right-hand rule. If the current is going this way, then I guess this is the magnetic field. If the current is going this way, but he's showing the electron going that way, so he doesn't understand electricity and magnetism. The right-hand rule is for protons, it's for positive, and you're showing an electron.
Greek letter mu, and given by the current times the area around which the current circulates, pointing
Well, the current is positive, and what are you showing? What is this?
perpendicular to the area. The electric current generated by an orbiting electron can be calculated as the ratio of its...
It's an orbiting electron. So you're imagining an electron. Electron has to go in the reverse direction. These people are not being careful. They're hand waving too much. They're hand waving, and they're confusing themselves with all the hand waving. The I is dq dt. It's E over T, yeah? Very good.
electric charge and the period of the orbit t. Using high school circular motion, we obtain this relation, plugging this back into the definition of...
Very good. So E, and the time is so time is equal to distance divided by speed, because distance over speed is time. Sorry, distance over time is speed. That's definition. So replace time and speed. This is the speed, and E stays. So this is the time. This is the time. So, or this is 1 over that. So E over T. So it's good, yeah. So it's V, yeah, everything is good. So V over 2 pi R, everything's fine.
Of magnetic moment, I will multiply and divide.
So the magnetic moment, you want I times A. So this is I, we're done with I, that's good. And mu is IA, so mu is equal to I as before, cross A, that's good. You didn't say cross. And this needs to be a vector. And if you're doing cross, this is a vector. And you said it's a vector. They're not careful. Not careful. Mu, okay. So times 2 pi, that's the A, that's fine. So this is, what is this? So 2 pi, and well, pi goes away. So it's EV over 2R. Let me finish.
By the electron's mass, from where
okay. Anyway, R stays. R goes, 1R goes away. So 1R stays. V is here. Where's M of the electron coming from? I don't know. E stays. Oh, just M over M, so it's fine. Pi and 2 is fine. Everything is fine. Okay, so you just have M over M. So MV is, MVR is L. That's fine.
Find that the magnetic...
It's fine, but you're confusing yourself because you want to understand V. This is the speed of a wave. You think it's the speed of a particle, so you and you think the particle can move at any speed at once, because you're thinking that it's a particle. You're not thinking that it's a wave waving in a medium, and you know what? But even MV, it's the energy, right? 1/2 mv squared is the energy. And the energy, is quantized. Planck already told you, Einstein, de Broglie. Well, Planck said the energy is quantized. But Bohr explained, but Bohr didn't say anything yet, I guess.
Magnetic moment is a constant factor times the angular momentum L. Useful for our discussion here is the z component of the magnetic moment, which becomes
Okay, so it's E over 2mL. Okay.
a constant times the magnetic quantum number m, wholly called the
So this is, what do you call this?
useful for our discussion here is the z component of the magnetic moment, which becomes
The z component of the magnetic moment is the magnetic moment times m. What is m?
a constant times the magnetic quantum number m, wholly called the overall constant, Bohr's magneton.
And UB is E. I don't know. Where is this from? What is UB? This is, I mean, mu. Mu z is mu b. Mu b is EH over 2me. E over 2me, there's no H, there's lambda. I mean, there's L. And you're saying that's H? I don't get it. And then you're multiplying by m. Okay, I understand. So L is the moment. It's the angular momentum. And you're saying, let's have a base angular momentum. And that's mu b. That's like a base number. And we can have multiples. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I agree. But you understand why. You probably don't understand why, so that's why you're confused. But everything you got right.
After learning about Sommerfeld-Debye space quantization in 1921, Stern knew exactly what to do next with his molecular beam, prove that space quantization was wrong. Following
what do you think was wrong in any of this? What do you call space quantization?
he learned from Einstein, Stern came up with his own thought experiment. He envisioned sending a beam of magnetic atoms through a magnetic field in a vacuum chamber and measuring the deflection of their paths.
That's not a thought experiment. That's an actual experiment.
Using a detector on the other side. Since the atom is neutral, no Lorentz force would affect its motion. The only force acting on the atom would be due to the magnetic moment, which is what Stern wanted to measure. From electromagnetic theory, the potential energy associated
One second.
force acting his own thought experiment. He envisioned sending a beam of magnetic atoms. Following what he learned from Einstein, Stern came up with his own thought experiment.
Gedankenexperiment. It's a Gedankenexperiment.
He envisioned sending a beam of magnetic atoms through a magnetic field in a vacuum chamber and measuring the deflection of their paths using a detector on the other side. Beam of magnetic atoms through a magnetic field in a vacuum chamber and measuring the deflection of their paths using a detector on
Deflection of their what?
envisioned sending a beam of magnetic atoms through a magnetic field
Let's look at the CC.
in a vacuum chamber and measuring the deflection of their paths using a detector on
Paths, okay.
the other side. Since the atom is neutral, no Lorentz force would affect its motion. The only force acting on the atom would be due to the magnetic moment, which is what Stern wanted to measure.
Yeah, but it's a non-uniform magnetic field.
From electromagnetic theory, the potential energy associated to a magnetic moment, mu, in the presence of a magnetic field, V, is minus the dot product of these two vectors. Choosing the z-axis to point along the magnetic field, the potential becomes minus mu z times P, where mu z is the component of the magnetic moment along the z-axis. The force is given by minus the gradient of the potential, which in Cartesian coordinates becomes this. Making the field uniform along the x and y directions, but non-uniform along the z direction, reduces this expression to mu z times the gradient along the z direction. This shows that if the magnetic field is uniform, then there will be no force. Therefore, a non-uniform magnetic field is necessary. Stern proposed to use a magnet with a pointy south pole so that the magnetic field lines are not uniform. This inhomogeneous magnetic field has a non-zero gradient, and this produces a force that will deflect the atoms in the beam, which Stern set out to measure. According to Sommerfeld and Debye, the original beam should split into three, corresponding to the three predicted states. One part deflected up, one deflected down, and one non-deflected part. Bohr insisted that the undeflected component would not appear because of the instability of the state with m equals 0. Stern wrote his idea and published it in August of 1921. In this article, he described all the details of his thought experiment, the force that each atom in the beam will experience, and more importantly, the two possible outcomes of the measurement. If atoms behave according to classical physics, their magnetic moments will be randomly oriented in all possible directions in space, contrary to the Bohr-Sommerfeld-Debye prediction. As a consequence, when passing through the non-uniform magnetic field, some atoms will be deflected up, others deflected down, and everything in between for atoms with magnetic moments oriented in random directions. The final result will be a spread of the original beam of atoms up and down along the direction of
Expected classical result. I mean, Bohr said there's nothing in the center. It's not that you're disagreeing with Bohr. You're going, like, it's It's a little bit more than that. I mean, you're saying it's spread, so you have to decide what's the disagreement. I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. Confused, as they say.
Of the magnetic gradient.
Okay.
On the contrary, if the predictions of the Bohr-Sommerfeld diatom are correct, since the magnetic moment is proportional to the angular momentum, this could only take discrete directions in space. For this reason, atoms would be deflected up or down, but nothing in between, splitting the atomic beam into two, according to Bohr. Stern stressed the importance of this experiment in his paper. The experiment, if successful, results in a clear decision between the quantum theoretical and the classical view.
I mean, Bohr already at this point he knew he was right. Wait, who's this? This is Stern. Who's this? Is this the experiment, if successful, results in a clear decision between the quantum theoretical and the classical view? Why? What? I don't understand. I don't understand. This is all classical. What is not classical in the quantum? It's quantum theoretical. Jesus Christ! I didn't even. It's classical quantum. Quantum is classical.
View. This is a crucial statement of the experiment designed by Stern. Its result will unquestionably confirm or disprove.
They don't want quantum mechanics to be simple. It's like, you see, I debate people. They're just unwilling. They're holding on to this. The universe is weird and the universe is under no obligation to be understood. They just don't. But you see this with economics. They don't want to understand the economy. It's not that they don't understand the economy. They don't want to understand. They just don't. They want the universe to be magical. Whatever they do, they want a magical universe. It's got nothing to do with understanding. I mean, it's easy to understand, but they don't want to understand. They're happy not understanding. I don't know. That's the fact.
Quantum physics. Ironically, Stern's proposal was not celebrated. Some theorists believe that space quantization was nothing more than a useful mathematical description. In fact, this time, Max Born was reluctant to provide any of the SCAR's funding. In his autobiography, Born...
I don't even know what you're talking about. I mean, I don't know what space quantization you're even talking about. This is pure mechanics. This is pure classical physics. Nothing space quantized, schmantized, buantized, nothing. This is pure, simple. Everything is simple. Everything is straightforward. Everything is derived. One thing leads to the next. Once you agree that an electron exists, there are electrons, they're all identical. Once you agree that you cannot distinguish between two electrons except for their location or the orientation of their spin, okay, but you agree they all have the same mass. You agree they all have the same charge. Okay, and they all have the same spin. They all have the same angular momentum. They all have the same magnetic momentum, right? You agree with that? I'm wondering, do free electrons have spin? I'm wondering, do free electrons have spin? I'm beginning to think maybe free electrons don't even have spin. Let's check. Let's go to here. Do free electrons have spin? Electrons do not spin. Well, free electrons? What do you mean? Which electrons? This guy is like, if you want to become the most confused that you can be ever, listen to this guy, Parth. Mr. Confusion, or also this guy, pretty much. They will all confuse you. Where do electrons get energy to spin around an atom's nucleus? Okay. Do free electrons spin? Have free electrons been discovered to spin? Right, that's the real question. So I would say no, free electrons don't spin. And that should give you that's very important. Do free electrons spin? According to source, the spin of a free electron is a purely quantum effect with no classical analog. Dirac equation. No. Show me experimentally. I want to see experimental evidence that free electrons spin. Experimental evidence that free electrons spin. I doubt it. I mean, maybe, but okay. Is there any experimental evidence that electrons spin in an intrinsic property as opposed to emergent? The existence of spin for free electrons is supported by various experimental findings. While the Stern-Gerlach experiment is often associated with spin measurement, it primarily applies to bound electrons in atoms, not free electrons. Instead, other experiments and observations provide evidence for free electron spin. The existence of ferromagnets where the alignment of electron spins creates a magnetic field is indirect evidence for spin of free electrons. No. That's literally bound electrons. Next. Particle accelerators. In high-energy particle collisions, the spin of individual electrons is inferred from the observed patterns of scattering and decay. Oh, that's interesting. How do you see that they spin? But fine. So, yeah. Look, you tell me they spin, it's fine. So they spin. I'm okay with that. It's a wave that spins. It's just a wave that spins. That's the nature. It interacts with the Higgs to get mass, and it interacts with something to spin, or it spins. But it's a wave that spins. It's a wave of ether that spins around itself. So it's a ring. Electron scattering electron scattering experiments involving electron scattering of nuclei or other particles demonstrate the spin-dependent behavior of electrons, implying the presence of spin for free. Okay. Quantum field theory, the Dirac equation, fundamental theory describing the behavior of fermions, particles with half-integer spin, naturally predict the spin of electrons. This theoretical framework has been extensively tested and validated throughout. Okay. Well, fine. If we have evidence that free electrons spin, then I'll work it into my model. It's fine. It's a wave that spins. And just like it has a certain mass and a certain charge, it has a certain spin, some intrinsic spin that it cannot stop. We know two electrons, if they're created from the same event, then they have opposite spin. So we conserve spin. Spin is conserved. It's fine. Everything is fine. No problem.
It took me a time before I took this idea seriously. I always thought that space quantization was a kind of symbolic expression for something which you don't
But there's no space quantization. That's nonsense.
understand. But Stern took the idea literally. I tried to persuade him that there was no sense in it. But Stern insisted that this measurement was worth a try. During this time, a new professor arrived at the Institute for Experimental Physics in the building next door, Walter Gerlach.
Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna take a break. I've been here for 4.5 hours. Oh. Go to bed, sir. You're already yawning. I am? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go take a break. I'm gonna sleep maybe a little bit. I don't know if I'll fall asleep. All right, everybody. This was very productive. This was really, really productive. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Thank you. Thank you so much. Maybe we should just change the title. So, my new quantum electron theory, part 2. But also, what we discussed is why does everyone not understand the electron spin? AKA my new. Okay, we don't need part 2. Okay, so AKA my new quantum electron theory. Well, obviously, electron is quantum, so my new electron theory. We can remove that. Just ask the question. Why does everyone not understand, or why does everyone misunderstand? Misunderstand. No? Double S? Misunderstand. No? Misunderstand. What am I getting wrong with misunderstand? Function. Misunderstand. What am I getting wrong? Misunderstand. What? Missing N. Understand the electron spin. Okay, it's good enough. Save changers. Oh, two people watching? Who's watching? Okay, I'm gonna go. Good night, everyone. Well, I'm just gonna take a break for like I am tired. I'm gonna sleep a little bit and come back. Still much work to do. But this is fascinating. Like when I started on this journey, I would never have expected to figure out electron spin. It's bothered me since the beginning, but now I think I completely understand it, completely mechanically, from first principles, absolutely no issue, to such an extent that I can listen to all these experts, look them in the eyes, and laugh at them. Just laugh at them. How can you not understand something so simple? This is incomprehensible. Anyway, see you later. Bye.